Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the work session for Thursday, July 11th. It's a pleasure to have everybody with us this afternoon. We will start the agenda with the citizens' comments on items listed on the agenda. Do we have any speakers, Jennifer?
Yes, sir, we have one speaker. So citizen comments provides the opportunity for our citizens to address the council on items that are listed on the agenda. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and I will let you know when 1 minute is left. Please state your name and address prior to your comments. A professional presentation is requested. If you have any handouts to provide to the council, you can provide them. Let me know, and I'll come grab them. Our speaker is Susan Motley, speaking on item number 4.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff. I'll be short and sweet with comments on item 4. I am interested in hearing the presentation today from staff, so I'm looking forward to that. What I'm up here to comment on is simply the question I was left with as a reader. So on tonight's council agenda, there is the second public hearing on the 2024-2025 annual action plan for the HUD funding. And I was just left as a reader with a question about how this homeless diversion program overview fits in with or affects that. And so that's my only comment, is if staff can maybe answer that for those who may want to comment tonight on that annual action plan, that might be helpful. So thank you for the opportunity to do that, and thank you for your work.
Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Motley, good question. For the diversion program, any dollars that the council would want to authorize to help fund that would be coming from the general fund.
Thank you.
The next item is the city operations update. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 different operation updates. The first, we're going to have Joe come up and provide an update on our Sparks and Stripes recap. Just want to say, Joe, thanks to you, your team, as well as I know there were pretty much every department was involved, and I could go down the list, but I'll definitely not try and steal your thunder, but from police to fire to parks and recs to trash to the code to streets, you name it. Everybody was involved. It was an all hands on deck. And the show was spectacular. I think I've heard anywhere from 80 million to 200 million views on social media that this program got. So with that, Joe, take it away.
Mayor, Council staff.
You're my...
Mayor, Council staff, Joe Moses, Parks and Recreation. As our city manager just indicated, we had a great couple of days celebrating the nation's independence. Had a great fireworks and drone show, and then followed it up by our Heritage Park Parade and some fun activities. We have a video here that Communications put together to kind of highlight all the festive activities. And also, to our city manager's point, want to thank all the departments for all the help that everybody gave us, all hands on deck. We had plenty of staff out there, definitely made the event a lot easier to put together. So it was a great effort by everybody. So, Fernando.
Sparks and Stripes, lighting up an unforgettable night. A masterful show of 525 drones, and the first public show of its kind with pyrotechnics. It kicked off an eventful 2-day celebration in Irving of America's independence.
I love the 4th of July. Me too!
Around 6,500 revelers of all ages packed Levy Event Plaza for the fireworks and drone show on July 3rd. Then thousands more gathered in the Heritage District for the annual parade on July 4th, featuring more than 50 entries.
Our parks crew, they knock it out every time, but they can't do it without the support of our police department, our fire department, our streets crews, even our code enforcement, our solid waste teams are out here. It's an all hands on deck approach, because in Irving, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right.
After the parade, attendees enjoyed live music, and the city provided slices from 36 watermelons plus 1,000 mini pies, with 12 lucky participants competing in a pie eating contest.
I think Councilman Taylor was just in the water not too long ago.
There was also a dunking booth that featured some highly acclaimed guests, but it was Wednesday night's aerial entertainment grabbing buzz across the country. A video of this drone eagle with 18 pyrotechnics has more than 80 million views on social media.
This is a dream for us. It just really shows the greatness of this city, the diversity of this city, and events like this are just really what makes it great for people to live in Irving.
Because there's nothing more American than a selfie in front of fireworks. Irving Sparks and Stripes 2-day event allowed residents to celebrate freedom and have an absolute blast.
Again, want to thank everybody, all the departments for all their help in planning and putting this event together. It was really an outstanding event. Our vendors really stepped up their game to give us the ability to have an outstanding show. So,
Great job, Joe. I received a lot of compliments. A lot of cities have asked how we did it, and the residents are talking about it. I think we even had some people from other cities that were here overseeing what we were doing, and it was just a great performance. The drones really, the way we were able to highlight them coming up in a strategically together, the 3 different colors coming up and going into the skies and stuff, just outstanding. And a lot of compliments from people in the neighborhoods and the people at La Cima and some of the other places where they really were excited to see the program. So great job for everybody concerned. And the parade was another huge success. It was kind of fun to see the kids so excited. The pies and the watermelon, the pie eating contest. I think they wanted me to do it, and I said, well, let's let the kids do it first, and maybe next year we'll make that happen. So I guess I probably committed myself, but. And then the dunk booth, thank Kyle and Dennis for stepping up and doing that. Appreciate it. I know a lot of people get a joy out of that. So, and we did have really great security, and you did do an outstanding job. The amount of the police presence was outstanding. The way it was set up so that people had the ability to walk through and leave aisles available for them. So the parks, the police, and then as Chris said, it was just so many people, the sanitation people, and from the setup to the ICTN staff to just, it just goes on and on. I saw people from each department that were there with walkie-talkies, making sure things were, we had the legal team out there making sure we were doing the right thing. So we had everybody covered as the whole staff came out, and wanted you to know that we really appreciate that. I know that it's one of those things that you all have got other things and families, but we appreciate you dedicating your time to be here and make this such the success that it was. So thank you, Joe, to your team, and thank all of your team and you for a spectacular show.
yes, sir. And I especially want to point out and recognize our special events team.
Yes.
Barry Felder, who's relatively new to the city, and then Hannah James has really stepped up and helped him get acclimated and helped him put this show together. And the two of them really did an outstanding job running point and coordinating everything with all the other departments. So really wanted to recognize them for all their hard work and time and effort.
Great.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it, sir.
Yep. And thank you, April, for the video.
Yep. And next, Mayor and Council, we have our last month on ICTN.
I'm sorry, John.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to, for Joe, also
Thank you.
congratulate you. I mean, that was a tremendous experience, and more amazing to me is you guys really stepped it up from last year. And that's not even talking about, last year we had technical difficulties. That's aside from that. I mean, the drone show was stepped up, the fireworks show was stepped up, the live entertainment was stepped up, the party in the park was stepped up after the parade. I mean, everything was stepped up. So like whatever you guys did, whatever changes you made internally to kind of be able to step it up to the next level, like if you want to talk about that or whatever it was, I mean, kudos. It was fantastic.
The team puts a lot of time and effort in putting together the show. The hard part is getting everything to execute the way it's supposed to execute. And this year we were able to do that. And a lot of that was the additional support from other staff members helping us out, and gave us a lot more time to really focus and work with our vendors to make sure that everything was in place to go the way it was supposed to go. So it was really good. And then also separating the shows this year, having the fireworks on the 3rd and then coming back on the 4th, gave us, it's usually a mad hustle that day because you're doing the parade in the morning, then you're running the Los Colinas that night. So by flipping it, that helped us out a lot. And Communications Department did a great job of getting that word out to our residents that it's that it's going to be on the 3rd this year as opposed to the 4th. So everything just really went well. Everything was coordinated really well. So, and I was going to poke at Councilman Lamorges. He's not here, but when we gave the update the last time, he mentioned we had a high bar. I told him when we cleared that bar, I was looking for him at the victory celebration, but he wasn't feeling well, so.
And with the great communications that we had across the whole thing, social media blew up on this one. And I was even getting texts from my kids that are completely out of state saying they just got it automatically on their feed, and to have 80+ million. I think that was just on one site, 80+ million just on one site. Was just incredible. So in that, it's credit to your team, April, as well, for getting all the information out and providing those visual images. So great job by your team as well.
Thank you.
Last month on ICTN.
Yes, Mayor and Council.
Brad, we were just discussing the stars and the parade and everything, and for those, I appreciate Brad. He ran over to Arlington for a meeting that he had to have, so I appreciate you taking your time and driving back and forth and from one meeting to another meeting, so thank you for doing that. And
we had a spirited discussion of high-speed rail over there.
okay.
Mayor and
April.
Council, up next, we have the top hit videos from the month of June for ICTN.
Your ICTN team produced 48 videos in the month of June.
I grew up in Lee Park Pool and Rec Center. A lot of memories, a lot of friends made.
Our residents said that this was a priority.
The water slide element that has gotten a little bit more vertical, we popped that roof up to accommodate that slide tower.
Investigators' roles here are to provide real-time intelligence to officers in the field. The technology is really amazing and brings a whole new level to what we do.
I thought I was Superman until I was 77 years old. Shaky as a fighter and just an incredible individual.
I love the food. It's amazing. Everything is fresh.
Irving always been a very diverse cultural community. It's been a successful story for us.
Celebrate Independence Day with Irving Sparks and Stripes. Now bigger than ever with 2 days of festivities.
It means a lot to be able to take them from where they are in those four walls and just have a little sense of peace and relaxation.
It meant the world to us.
Duke is a 1-year-old Pit Bull Terrier mix. He was brought in as a stray, but that has not stopped him.
I might get a little dance in, but I'm really just excited to convene and engage with the community.
So we're very proud to have Kevin here today to give him the key to our city.
Thank you for today. I won't forget it.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The City of Irving.
Speaking of YouTube, Mayor and Council, we are live streaming for the first time on YouTube with this meeting. So moving forward, we'll be in high def on YouTube. I'll take any questions you have.
Okay, everybody understand that? Thank you. Anything else, Chris? All right. Thank you all. The next item is the consideration for new cemeteries. First of all, I want to thank a couple of the council members that have been working on this and doing the research and I think it's been enlightening at best. Brad and Mark have been working with different people. You've been digging into it, that's right.
Mayor, I just wanted to point out also, we had met with representatives from the Texas State Cemeteries and Crematories Association to help us get some information, and a couple gentlemen from the association are here today if there's additional questions. Mr. Kennerly and Mr. Wright, they're on the front row there, would be available if there's additional questions after Jocelyn's briefing.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jocelyn Murphy, Director of Planning. Yes, I was going to introduce them. You did that as well. Mr. Kennerly is from the Texas Cemeteries and Crematories Association, and Mr. Wright is from the Greenwood Mount Olivet Cemetery. And they really were helpful giving us a lot of input and insight of how cemeteries operate. Ken was going to be giving this presentation. He's actually at the hospital with his wife right now, so you get me instead, so I will work through his presentation. You've seen a little bit of this before, cemeteries with state law. Location of cemeteries is tightly regulated by the state through the Health and Safety Code. Cemeteries were generally prohibited in basically larger cities per the Health and Safety Code. However, in 2003, there was a bill that was passed that allowed a city to create regulations essentially to establish a cemetery in a city with a county with a population of more than $750,000 or a county adjacent to a county with a population of more than 750,000 residents, not dollars, sorry, residents. This bill requires a city create the application process, does not require a city to approve, but does require a city that falls within that bracket to create an application process. So this bill required or allows for an individual corporation or partnership to file a written application with the municipality to establish or use a new cemetery. The governing body shall essentially put the application items together, so just determine the information to be in the application, and may choose to basically approve the application to establish the cemetery with certain standards. So therefore, while we must create an application and determine what will be in that, it will be obviously up to the City Council to determine whether it's approved or not. So what we learned in our meeting a couple weeks ago from the gentleman and others, which again is very appreciated, there's different types of burials. You have the typical single internment. The double internment is becoming more common, where you essentially have maybe a husband and wife, or you can have two people within the same grave site within certain parameters of enclosures and things. A green burial, which is a little more natural, obviously, and then to bury the cremation ashes. It was determined, or it was described, that its typical size of a cemetery space is 40 inches by 89 inches, and that you can have approximately 1,000 burials per an acre in a cemetery, depending on the roads and drainage and maintenance and things, and also if there's double internment. So a typical cemetery can have about 1,000 burials per acre. So state law tightly regulates what perpetual care is. Since 1993, any new cemeteries must be perpetual care, subject to the Health and Safety Code provisions. A perpetual care cemetery must establish a trust and create permanent funds to maintain the property, especially once it's full and no longer receiving new income. So as the plots are sold, and as people are put into the plots, there is a fee that is required. However, once there are no more new residents, for lack of a better word, then you have to have that fee structured so that it can be maintained and taken care of in perpetuity. However, the state law does specifically require there are exceptions to what would be a perpetual care cemetery. If a new cemetery is under 10 acres, if the new cemetery is a church, a religious society or denomination or entity solely administering the temporalities of a church, a religious society or denomination, or if it is owned by the city, county, or state. A perpetual care cemetery is regulated by the Department of Banking. The Department of Banking issues a certificate of authority. A cemetery operator must have at least 2 years of experience in order to receive the certificate, and the funds are defined and protected through Department of Banking. If a cemetery is protected by the Department of Banking as perpetual care and is no longer maintained, then the Department of Banking essentially becomes the custodian of that cemetery and will work to find a responsible caretaker and funding to maintain the management of that for the indefinite period of time. So essentially, Department of Banking is almost a security for cemeteries that are perpetual care. So some cost and oversight. These are just estimates, again, that we talked about in our meeting. That perpetual care cemeteries typically charge about 10 to 20% above a burial plot. So a $1,000 plot would be between $1,100 and $1,200. And most Texas cemeteries don't have any oversight. Some may have funds, are not perpetual care, and therefore are not protected by the Department of Banking. And the ones that are not perpetual care often run out of funds for maintenance or management, and therefore are essentially left to any of the descendants to maintain that voluntarily. A religious cemetery is not, again, regulated as perpetual care because it is one of those exceptions. So a few things to consider for new cemeteries that they explained to us is that new cemeteries do have high upfront costs because you have to develop all the roads and the grading and the drainage and irrigation, just basically all the infrastructure to lay out the cemetery. New cemetery has to fund the ongoing maintenance for that irrigation and the landscaping and the roads and the drainage, which can be significant. They recommended a starting size of less than 10 acres would probably only be enough for one generation, and therefore the funding would essentially cease quite quickly. And so they recommended a minimum size should probably start at about 25 acres so that it can last several generations, and therefore so it can be maintained and gain some more funding for a longer period of time. So a few regulations, I think we talked about this, so we just kind of wanted to summarize these again. If you know, we'll get a little bit further into the detail later, but just a few things we could think about are minimum sizes, internment setbacks from the streets and the driveways and adjacent properties, a maximum height of buildings, parking and lighting, any accessory uses. In the application, we could also request information about how the business is going to be operated, any exemptions they claim, and how they are going to fund and maintain the cemetery. And with that, I will turn it over for discussion.
Mark.
Yes, this is all brand new to us. The city hadn't had to deal with this before because it wasn't even permitted. And so thank you, Representative Meza, for giving us this opportunity. So there's a lot of things to be concerned about, and going through all these different rules and regulations is a bit of a challenge. We talked about a lot of those. Obviously, there's a concern with what happens if the cemetery were to fail. So the perpetual care is something that you want to be interested in because that there's money that has to be put up front to ensure the maintenance of the cemetery. And then if it were to fail eventually, then the Department of Banking would take it over. You don't want to just leave it to the family of the descendant of the people that were buried there to have that responsibility, which obviously you can see that turning over to the city at some point. You want to be concerned about the size of the cemetery. If it's too small, it's going to fill up very quickly. And one thing that we learned that did not know is that cemeteries have the right of eminent domain. So a cemetery comes in and they start maxing out, then they can actually take properties adjoining it. And so obviously that affects the well-being and what's going on with the city. So you want to make, if we were to have these regulations in place, we would want to have a very large requirement for the minimum size of a cemetery coming into place. So those are some of the things that we saw that were important considerations. That even though, and then like, as you went through, Jocelyn, religious cemeteries and other cemeteries don't have to be perpetual care under the statute. But my understanding is that we can make that a requirement for whatever was going to come into Irving, and that makes a lot of sense for the reasons I just gave. So those are some of the things that we looked at.
Brad?
Yeah, I learned a lot of definitely some interesting issues, and thank you to the gentleman from the State Cemetery Association. Eminent domain certainly concerns me. I think the biggest thing on my mind initially was perpetual care, because if a cemetery gets built out, then they're going to be looking to the city to subsidize it, or once the income stops. There's not a good incentive. And so even when I looked at the statute, though, I think it's the initial trust deposits like 50 or 75,000, and then a part of each burial goes to that trust. And I think one of the cemeteries had like 40 million in trust, and they feel like that won't be enough to run that cemetery when it fills out. And so, I guess there could be a way we could require anyone doing a cemetery for what we talked about is having a certificate from the bank where the bank backs it, the state bank, where they're funding it, they're finding somebody to operate it. But that's not without its challenge either, because some of the cemeteries, even that are backed by the bank, are basically full of liability. So they're not finding operators to take those cemeteries. Going back to the piece, like the infrastructure, roads, water going through there, arborists, a variety of other things, they all kind of seem like they're almost like a mini city in some regards, where they're managing a whole lot of things. And so, the reason why cemeteries were prohibited in cities, I've come to find out, is that you don't necessarily want to pop up cemetery on every corner, or somebody buys some land. And so this kind of came back through, and now it's up to us. We know the state standards, there's not a lot of supervision to see is there compliance with those standards. The supervision comes from the bank to make sure the finances are correct. We have a few cemeteries in town, so not necessarily brand new to us, but, to me, the perpetual care issue, the eminent domain issue is of concern, a variety of those things. And then I think also, the size of it to make sure you're having enough burials is, I think that's also an important topic. So, that's kind of where we stand. I think the gentlemen have a whole lot of knowledge about this topic. They answered a lot of questions for us, and it created a lot more questions for me on how would we do all this, or how would we best do it. What I took from that is you need true professionals with the perpetual care as your best bet for a well-run cemetery. The other concern of mine that's not the biggest issue, but it is a possibility. It's either subject to abuse or just we need to know about it, is once we would zone something or give whatever designation as a cemetery, it takes it off the tax rolls. And so some of these cemeteries have actually bought extra plots that they're not actually doing anything with that land, but it's already off the tax rolls. And so why I say possibly subject to abuse is somebody could zone some property for a cemetery and then not do anything with it, sell it later and rezone it back, and the revenue's lost. There's nothing right now that's proposed like that, obviously. I mean, I think people who want to do a cemetery want to do a cemetery, but it is of concern when we figure out what we want to do on this, particularly if you have a really large piece of land. To go off the tax rolls is something we always need to be mindful of. So, but we learned a lot, and now here we are with the rest of the council.
Dennis.
Yeah, I guess the big question to me is, where do we have 10 to 25 acres of land in the city of Irving to put a cemetery? Because when you're going to have to provide some kind of zoning setbacks. I mean, that it can't be located, too close to residents apparently. So, I mean, is there that type of property available and that kind of interest for a cemetery in the city of Irving that we're having this conversation?
Abdul?
Thank you very much for this presentation. I really appreciate Chris and Keo and Jocelyn to work on this. And I have been looking forward for this presentation for a while. This is very informative and good. To the Dennis point, we don't have much land available in Irving to go for 10 or 25 acres. So there is always a room that we could think of, make it an exceptional in case of faith-based cemeteries. Irving is a very diversified city, and we have different faiths resides in here, and they may have different requirements of their burials. So we need to keep that in mind as well, how to accommodate that, since the state has, given the cities the ability to look into to cater or accommodate these services locally. I think this is very appreciable. The question which I have is here in the state law, perpetual care must have to at least 2 years of experience to receive a certificate. What does it mean?
I understand that the Department of Banking, because if you're going to be a perpetual care cemetery, they would issue the certificate, and they would not issue a certificate to anyone that has less than 2 years of experience.
So an applicant has to have a 2 years of experience in maintaining or servicing a cemetery?
I'm happy to turn over to y'all if y'all want to expand on that. Is that okay? Please.
I was going to ask the gentlemen that have come to spend time with us, thank you for
ma'am.
spending the time you have with our staff, and thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir, my pleasure.
You're more than welcome to come up front. That way we can.
Oh, okay.
If you want to, please feel free to come on up. Thank you.
My name is Jim Kennerly. I'm with the Texas Cemeteries and Crematories Association, and the question was about the Department of Banking's requirement for a 2-year experience, and that's found in the code. And it's actually the manager of the cemetery has to have 2 years. So the applicant doesn't have to have it, but the manager, whoever's managing that cemetery, is required to have at least 2 years of experience.
Yeah, no, thanks for the explanation. And since this is being opened for the cities to regulate this, by taking this opportunity, there may be religious-based trusts or organizations may go and look for it, but they have to have a manager to manage the cemetery with having 2 years of experience.
So what we're talking about is an actual perpetual care cemetery, which there's only about 200 in the state of Texas. They're regulated by the Department of Banking. So if you are a perpetual care cemetery regulated by the Department of Banking, then there's a whole chapter in the code that applies to you. It's Chapter 712 of the Texas Health and Safety Code. And it does have different requirements to establish a cemetery. You have to get a certificate of authority from the Department of Banking. But there are exceptions to that, where if you are a cemetery of 10 acres or less, or a religious cemetery, or a state city cemetery, you're exempted from those restrictions.
Got it. Thank you very much. Al?
Yeah, let me ask the question. Does this state law only equate to human cemeteries, or because we have also pet cemeteries? Is it delineated in the state law, or is a cemetery a general nomenclature?
Yes, sir. The chapter under the Texas Health and Safety Code that this legislation came under is only human remains. Yes, sir.
Okay, good, thank you. Just a comment, Mayor. I don't think, at least I don't know of any of us on the council, or maybe the staff may have had a discussion with our state legislator, but I don't think we had any input to this quote-unquote law at this point. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Abdul.
Good. What is mean by there is no entitlement for a cemetery?
So the requirement in the bill was the city establish a process, establish an application. The entitlement would mean that it's not a right to have that. So the process is what's required, but the city wouldn't be required to approve it or set the entitlement for the cemetery.
So the city has the discretion to approve or not to approve?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. More of a technical question between slides 5 and 6. The statute requires us to have an application process. If we're going to have an application process, we obviously would need some standards that we would be informing the applicants of to let them know if you're going to apply, here's what those minimum standards are going to be. If the city were to decide that we would only have perpetual care cemeteries, and this may be more of a question for Jocelyn or you or KO, does state statute relative to the requirements of a perpetual care then kick into place? Or would, if the city were to say it's a perpetual care cemetery, but provide the exceptions for, say, a faith-based or another component, can you combine those two? Or if we just say every new cemetery has to be perpetual care, state statute then applies based upon what the requirements would be to a minimum of 10 acres, et cetera?
We would want to be consistent with state law.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Since we have the two gentlemen here, and one of the things that we're going to have to do if we move forward is have a set of standards. Maybe you could kind of give us some idea of your thoughts on what you would, if we were starting this process and we were going to set up a set of standards that we would want to adhere to. I'm assuming you've seen it in other cities where if we were going to give the permit, we would want it to be, as we've mentioned here, a certain size, a certain different things. Is basically everything you've mentioned or we've mentioned here captured what your thought process is?
Sure. Well, let me say this. Whenever we have someone come and ask us and tell us, hey, we want to start a cemetery, our first question is, why in the world would you want to do that? It's not, it's a very difficult endeavor. But yes, what you all have gone through, I think those are some very valid standards. This legislation, we did follow it. 2 sessions ago, we watched it and it didn't go anywhere. But then the last session, it started to gain steam. And our proposal was, that's fine, because from the east side of Dallas to the west side of Fort Worth, you couldn't establish a new cemetery. That's a lot of people. So something had to be done. But our suggestion was require that it be a perpetual care cemetery, require that some regulatory agency supervise these cemeteries. But that, I guess that was rejected. So it did fall to you. And you're actually the first city that we've dealt with that's trying to deal with this new legislation. So we're going to be watching what you all do, because I'm sure we'll have other cities calling us. But to answer your question, I think what you're talking about, the size of the cemetery, that's very important. It is important, the size of the cemetery, because if you have a 2 or 3 acre cemetery, that may be great in the middle of the country, but when you have a large population, you're going to have enough room to make that cemetery, last and be substantial.
Is there any state requirements that if you build a cemetery that you can only allow certain people to be buried in it? Or do you have to have it, like, if we zone an area for housing, we can't require that only one group of people are allowed to be in it. So if you zone a cemetery, does that mean that even though a person may be, for example, in my hometown, there's a Catholic cemetery, and then there's a general cemetery, but I know people that are married in the Catholic cemetery. Is that something that?
It's sort of like federal law. You can't discriminate by race, religion, and things like that. However, there are Catholic cemeteries, and the Catholic Church runs those cemeteries, and they make the rules and regulations.
So I guess that was the other, I'm just trying to get my arms around this a little bit, because if you start a cemetery and other people start filling it up, and it sounds terrible the way I'm saying this, but other people, as it starts to fill up, and then unfortunately, if it's small enough, to your point, they have eminent domain, pretty soon they're buying out houses and businesses and.
And the eminent domain has been challenged in court. I'm not so sure it's as strong as it used to be.
Okay. And that was the one that really kind of got my concern, was because if we do a small area, if there were some way we could restrict it to a certain group, which we can't, then if they had really that strong of that power, you would see it start to grow.
I don't believe it's that strong as it used to be, but not so much anymore.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Kyle?
Yeah, my concern on that too is if you start, and we've seen this to where if you have it for one group of people, then another group comes and wants theirs, then another group comes and wants theirs, and pretty soon you have one that's been established for a certain group, and then you don't have the ability to do it for maybe another group because of lack of land. What does that put us as a government body in our ability, are we now considered, like he said, with those kind of challenges that we're going to face there when one group has it and another group can't get it, and they're going to blame their governing body for that, and that's going to be us. What kind of Pandora box, or have you seen anything like that in other areas? I'm just really, that's my concern. One of my concerns is.
That's one of the reasons up until now you couldn't do this.
Yeah, okay.
So this is all new. This really is. And there were some valid reasons why the legislature decided no new cemeteries within a certain population. And so, yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So with a perpetual care cemetery, the goal there is to ensure that the cemetery is taken care of perpetually. In your experience, is there a minimum size of cemetery that is best suited for being able to succeed as a perpetual care cemetery from a financial perspective?
If you don't mind, my partner Bill Wright may be better to answer that. He's been a cemeterian for many, many years.
Please join us. It's all new to us, so we appreciate your insight.
My name is Bill Wright, as Jim said. I grew up in the cemetery business, and so my family operated cemeteries and funeral homes in Kansas, and I've been at it for about 46 years now. So at my position at Greenwood Mount Olivet in Fort Worth as the Vice President of Cemetery Operations, I have a very, very good idea, I think, that cemeteries, obviously, as we're discussing this, are forever. I mean, they have to be forever, especially if a city is going to set aside land that's going to be taken off of tax rolls. It has to have the viability of land for the future. There was a discussion earlier about a trust fund having millions of dollars in it, and the thought process that might not be enough to maintain the cemetery once all income generating properties are sold. Well, the size of the cemetery is a big component in that. And so in our study session, I recommended that cemeteries at least be 25 acres if you're going to have it viable for the public in the future. Irving is a big community. There's a lot of big communities, as Jim said, on the east side of Dallas, all to the west side of Weatherford. There's some big communities. And you all are the first city that has had to tackle this. And we're just coming up with the recommendations as to what our opinions are when it comes to this. But if you have less than 25 acres, you just don't have a lot of growth for the community and the burials that can take place. So 25 acres, roughly, depending on how the infrastructure is placed in and the trees and the landscaping and the roads and the drainage and the plumbing and everything that's involved with the development of land for a cemetery, because you have to have ingress and egress. You have to be able to have the ability to water. You have to have the ability to keep your landscaping alive, just like you would have in any city park. 25 acres, in my opinion, is the minimum, because based on roughly, approximately 1,000 burials per acre, that's only 25,000 burials. How many people do you have in your community that die every year? And how many would choose your cemetery? So the longevity and the land, I think I heard, I can't pronounce your name, but Brad, you said the size of the cemetery is important, and it is. 1,000 burials per acre. And if you have roads and landscaping and trees and irrigation, that cuts that down. So you really have to think in terms of how large your community is now, how large it may become in the future, to determine the size of the cemetery. If you're asking me if there is a magic size, I don't believe there's a magic size. I think common sense tells you what size of a cemetery and the growth of the community entails. Greenwood, Mount Olivet has what? A total of developed and undeveloped acres is 190? About 190 acres. Our Mount Olivet location is pretty much the same. However, our Mount Olivet location, I will just say, we know is landlocked. But we do, because we had plans and the concerns of the community in the future, we purchased 110 acres in 1985, I think it was, for the expansion of cemeteries on the north side of Fort Worth, because we had the concern of a landlocked cemetery serving Fort Worth on the north side. So we purchased this property so that in perpetuity we would be able to service the north side of Fort Worth. Those are big considerations that you have to have. So I hope that answers your question, and if it doesn't, please ask me a question and I'll see if I can address it. But that's really been my experience, that 25 acres or less is just not adequate.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up some valid points that I hadn't thought of. I guess you think about going to a funeral and you have several cars, you've got to be able to put the cars within the confines of the cemetery, otherwise you're out in the streets and.
Right, and your patrons have to be able to get in and out. And it's a big concern. I mean, we deal with that on a daily basis. Now, Fort Worth, we do, 2,400 services a year, burials, whether that might be our mausoleum entombments or cremation or burials. We'll do about 2,500 a year. Divide that into 25,000, what do you get? So I just don't know how much growth Irving's going to have, but if you do the math, I mean, you'll have to consider in your mind, you're going to come up with a minimum size at some point in time.
Well, it'd probably be worth our effort too then to actually look at what we do have in existence in the cemeteries that we do have within the city that we have now that are available for use. Al?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My assumption is that because the cemeteries that I'm familiar with, obviously the Veterans Cemetery that is run by the federal government, are these enterprises, or are they also not-for-profit, or both? I mean, I'm trying to get, it's got to get paid for one way or another. So it's either government or it's a nonprofit where it's run, just on the basis of cost, or is it also a business for profit?
I think it's all of the above, depending on how it's structured, but you go ahead.
You're asking how many different types of cemeteries. There are state cemeteries, veteran cemeteries, national cemeteries, church cemeteries. There are private profit cemeteries. There's all kinds of cemeteries, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that, I was just surprised after your conversation, and again, I thank both of you for spending your time with our council and staff to give us an idea of what we're really into and how we have to really evaluate it, because as we talk about it, you're right, there's got to be a road structure, there's got to be irrigation, there's got to be ways for the vehicles to be put in and be able to utilize in a lot of good ingress and egress so people don't get blocked in when there's something going on. And
Each of our cemeteries at Greenwood Mammal, we have 5 miles of roads. So you all know what it takes to maintain roads. It's very expensive, and so it's a big endeavor. It is.
Yeah, I know we have a couple of cemeteries that really don't have anybody taking care of them, and we've got families that are coming together, and they have fundraisers and things of that nature, and just even some of them have been left unattended, and so now they're spending a lot of dollars straightening up stones and trimming trees and doing those type of things. So you're absolutely right. Excuse me. Are there any other questions of these gentlemen that have taken their time to be with us today? First, and again, I want to thank Brad and Mark and both of you gentlemen for taking your time so we have a better understanding of where we're going and what we're getting into. I think we've got a lot of questions and probably some research on our part to find out what really we do have in the city for cemeteries. I would also, KO, kind of want to see basically how the eminent domain potentially could work or couldn't work, because I think we're close to being filled up in a couple of our cemeteries that are already existing. And so it would be interesting to have that perspective as well. So,
Well, as I said, we'll be interested to see what y'all come up with, because it may be a template for other cities. So,
Chris?
Thanks, Mayor. And again, Bill and Jim, thank you so much for coming by. Mayor, to your point, we'll bring this back. We'll bring some research back of what we currently have cemetery-wise, try and get some information as to capacity, et cetera. We'll also bring forward some recommendations on standards. We do have to have an application process per the new state statutes, but we'll put that together. But you can set the standards as you would.
Well, and I could just say that I would probably prefer that we have a perpetual, because knowing that the challenges that the cemeteries that are here today are having with, God bless Gerald Ferris for what he does. I think he probably spends 2-3 days a week, every week of the year out there edging and mowing and things, but you don't always have one person that's that dedicated to do all this, and so.
Yeah, I think Sauer Cemetery is a great example of a perpetual care, a non-perpetual care cemetery, and the challenges that come along with that.
Yeah, we've partnered with them to build the fencing around it.
We've given a city grant over there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Mhm. So you can see how eventually the city may get brought into that through grants or through other funding issues.
Okay. Brad,
I was going to say that was a key issue we discussed is part of our process, we could require somebody to first have a certificate from the state bank or whatever, and then in addition to what we're going to do about size, we didn't even get into the zoning yet. They've certainly thought about that, about how that would look, and they've studied that, but it's, I think the key factor is the size of it, and then also I feel perpetual care is very important, because we're not on the hook then at the end of the day, the state is. And it also is really the only thing with teeth are standards. So those are the kind of big things we have to consider. But what we had talked about with KO in particular is possibly requiring somebody with that certificate first to apply.
Okay. Jocelyn,
Just taking direction, taking notes. We'll get that back to you.
any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That takes us to item number 4, which is the homeless diversion program overview.
Mayor and Council, as Melda comes up, this is a conversation that has been moving forward. And this really had its initial concepts as the council maneuvered a little bit differently on the non-congregate shelter. As you know, we were working on that under the direction of council for a number of months. Recently, the council decided to not move forward with the non-congregate shelter, the funding for that, and instead have that focused in on our new domestic violence shelter that we're continuing to work on. From that conversation, the concept of a diversion program was put forward to see if we didn't have a shelter, is there or are there programs out there that we can work with or establish to help individuals or families before they would need to get into one of those shelters. And that's what a diversion program at its core is really intended to help work through and try and address. And as I've done a little bit of study and analysis, I've learned and come to learn and understand that there's really two different groups that diversion programs work with. Those that are already homeless and those that are potentially on the verge of becoming homeless. And those that are homeless, we see a number of them around the community. Obviously, who we see, the street homeless, they are definitely more visible, but that is definitely not all the homeless that we have. Those are the individuals that are currently homeless. It could be families that are sleeping in their car in the Walmart parking lot. It could be students that are couch surfing, any number of different couches during the week. So there's a number of different groups. I think to have a successful diversion program, we need to be really addressing both different audiences, those that are currently finding themselves homeless and those that may be on the verge of becoming homeless. There are some programs out there relative to helping individuals and families that are already finding themselves homeless, and that's what you have in front of you today is a discussion about a program that Imelda has been working on. Thank you, Imelda, for all the great work that you and your team have been doing relative to this. We've had a lot of great conversations with staff, with Kyle, and a number of outside entities. This is going to be a discussion on a program that already exists through Housing Forward, and Imelda will be walking you through that. Again, this is one concept. We're just looking for council's thoughts and feedback. Is this something that council would have an interest in? And we're going to continue to work on a program that would be looking to address and bringing back to council those that might be finding themselves on the verge of being homeless. And we'll be bringing that at a later council meeting. So with that, Imelda?
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Chris. So Imelda Speck, Senior Manager over Housing and Redevelopment. So as Chris mentioned, we in 2023 had our home art plan originally dedicated towards a non-congregate shelter, and earlier this year, through your direction, we are using those funds now towards a DV shelter. So in a way to try and help address the needs of those experiencing literal homelessness, we tried to find and come up with a program that would be cost effective as a way to reduce the number of entries into the homeless system, shorten the stay of homelessness, and the demand for shelter beds as we won't have one. So we've shared some of this data before, assessing the need of homelessness. So in 2023, our point-in-time count was 188. As part of our 5-year consolidated plan that we submit to HUD, we use that data to help estimate what our homeless need is here in Irving. And so looking at specifically the box in red is what we worked on to get an estimate to try and understand what the need is here. Based on our consultants' conversations with service providers and other data, they were able to take the point-in-time count number and basically multiplied that by 3 to get an estimate of those experiencing homelessness throughout the year. So that would be your existing homelessness. So a total there of 564. Those that become homelessness throughout the year would be 564 for a total of just over 1,100. And then those exiting homelessness within the year and the stay of how long they're homelessness, we get that data from our system level performance with Housing Forward. And so it's estimated an exit total of 733. So what this gives us an idea is basically what the churn is of homelessness within Irving. So that leaves about 395 households that are still experiencing homelessness at the end of the year. I do want to say that this program is put together with our 2023 numbers. We have received the number for 2024, and that's 63 individuals for our point in time count in 2024. We've also, in previous discussions, tried to look at homelessness through our school district. Now, I do want to note they define homelessness differently. It's broader. So our HUD definition, it's literally homeless. Couch surfing is not included in that definition, so this may be included in the student population. This is self-reported numbers from students or families that are referred to services through the PASS program. So this is sometimes thought to be an undercount of students experiencing homelessness within the school district. But again, it just helps to give a picture of total homelessness within Irving. So the proposal being presented to you today is a diversion program. So what is it? This intervention is, again, designed to immediately address the needs of someone who has just lost housing. It's not going to be an intervention for someone who is chronically homeless and probably someone that you have seen on the street for a very long time. The way I can visually explain it is the idea here is to help try and stop the spigot of those entering into the homeless system and then staying in the homeless system for a long time as that becomes harder to address and have someone get out of that homeless situation the longer they are homeless. So by stopping it before they enter it, through a client-driven approach and trying to find some alternative housing service, we're able to have a more cost-effective strategy in solving someone's housing crisis and reducing that experience to be as short as possible. The way it works is through, again, a time-limited service intervention, and what flips kind of the script here is it's more focused on a housing problem conversation. So versus someone presenting themselves to enter into a program, get into a bed, and then we're going to provide resources, it's really getting at trying to address what is the housing crisis, that they just left, and trying to explore some immediate solutions to get them back into housing. Is it reuniting with family? Is it negotiating with the landlord to have them be accepted back into the apartment? Is it providing rental arrears? Different solutions that may or may not have any financial assistance associated with it. So again, it's short and long-term safe alternatives for housing from the negotiation, returning to family. It could be maybe a hotel for a very short stay as they're waiting to get into a more permanent place. You may be wondering, how is this different from some other programs? On this, I'd say, early continuum of interventions, you have other models such as prevention, diversion, and rapid rehousing. So prevention is, as Chris was alluding to, is more of the resources and services that are trying to help a household or individual enter or becoming homeless at all. So maybe they've lost their job and they need help with rental assistance as before they become evicted. Maybe they need help finding affordable childcare, things like that. Those are the services put forward to help them prevent losing their housing solution or housing stay. We currently, I'll get to that table in a second, sorry. And then with the diversion, again, it's that front door. They are now literally homeless. So how are we going to try and get them right back into into a positive housing situation? And then once they're in the shelter, there's the rapid rehousing. So now they are literally homeless, and now we're trying to also get them back into housing through maybe rental assistance into finding an apartment. So this is the rapid rehousing is someone who's probably been homeless a little bit longer. All of the interventions include very similar services, but in a different aspect. So from housing search and prevention, maybe the case manager is going to help them try and find a more affordable unit so they can leave the unit that they're in. Versus the housing search and diversion is getting them immediately into some new housing. Rapid rehousing is finding just a new apartment altogether. Currently, the city is providing efforts in our prevention programs and rapid rehousing. We have subrecipients that see some of our federal dollars for rental assistance. So this is basically an eviction prevention program where we provide $181,000 today. And then we also in-house run our rapid rehousing program. In the past, prior to this previous year, we've done both rapid rehousing and prevention programs, but due to the increase in COVID funding, we focused our in-house program just to rapid rehousing, as there weren't many other programs in Irving providing this service. And so for this year, we've dedicated $178,000 to that. That includes administration fees as well. But as you can see, we currently don't have any dollars towards a diversion program. So how well does this type of program work? Looking at one case study in Cincinnati, Ohio, out of 87% of the households were able to exit to a positive housing outcome. And of the households that exited from the prior year, 95% of them did not become homeless again in the following year. And then continuing to see system improvements from the year before that. And then on the cost effectiveness side, what I was alluding to on as someone stays in the homeless system or once they enter the homeless system, it's much more expensive to try and get them rehoused. In Cincinnati, the numbers here were $4,700 after becoming homeless and getting them rehoused versus through this diversion program that was reduced to about $1,650. More locally, we have Family Gateway, who is a provider in Dallas who helps families addressing homelessness. And their model has been able to divert 38% of their homeless families entering the homeless system. And again, have been able to spend just about $1,700 per family versus double that cost for putting that family into a shelter. So what's also happening here on a more region scale is Housing Forward, our continuum of care lead agency, has recently awarded agencies funding to help staff what are called coordinated assessment system assessors. These are the front doors into the homeless system, as well as diversion case managers. They are able to fund 11 FTEs, and they have what's called a flex fund, which is funded by private dollars, which helps basically have the no strings attached to a number of types of financial assistance needed, from transportation to the rental assistance that is able to be used for any of their diversion clients. These agencies were awarded in January and have been working with Housing Forward to become trained and have recently launched the program. And I will say we have Housing Forward staff here so they can help answer any questions on the program and how that's going after the presentation. Housing Forward did not receive any qualified applications from Irving, so that's leaving us as an underserved area, as there is a limited number of CAS access points compared to the amount of the number of people experiencing homelessness here in the area. So, program overview. Again, the goal here is to reduce the, to not enter into the homeless system, and if so, to reduce the time in the homeless system. So as a CAS assessor, that person serves as the front door into the coordinated access system. The coordinated access system is basically a standardized intake form, which then helps to streamline where you will refer an individual based on their housing need to help reduce the time in the system and to get them to the right program or, to address the issues or crisis that they are in. This can be both mobile or virtual or in person. Then the diversion case manager is its own program. So if they are someone who's recently housed and they can work with a diversion case manager, this person works with them to do, again, that time-limited service intervention and explore the immediate housing solutions that could help get them back into housing and not enter the homeless system. Then there's the Flex Fund, again, that provides flexible funding to meet the individual unique needs of the household in the housing crisis. So program elements are short-term case management and the limited financial assistance. And these can include up to 3 months of rental assistance, security and utility deposits, transportations, maybe a bus ticket to get back to a family member who has said, yes, they can come live with me. And the time frame, it's up to 90 days of case management. There are some follow-up emergency services as they're needed. And then the population, again, is just those that are immediately that are homeless per HUD's definition and seeking to enter into the homeless system. So all of that, you probably want to see, okay, what does that look like? This is a visual which probably helps to explain all those words. So at the top is the access. So your access, coordinated access system point. So again, this could be by phone, walk-in, or virtual. They have this housing problem conversation to then triage to a diversion case manager who then starts working with them to identify a immediate housing solution. They would be enrolled in the diversion HMIS program, worked with up to 90 days, and then hopefully entered into a more permanent housing or positive housing outcome. So what would that look like for Irving? The proposed model would be looking to fund 2 staff members, since we did not get an opportunity or have any staff identified here with Housing Forward's previous funding round. So the funding would go for one CAS assessor and or diversion case manager, as well as provide some money into the Flex Fund. We would partner with Housing Forward, and they would act as our fiscal agent and program coordinator for the diversion program. They provide the training. They would release the RFP to select the agency. This agency would then receive the training through the COC's program. And by coordinating with them, this helps to open up to the region-wide system and additional resources that may not be available to that organization's own personal network if it was just done one-off and not coordinated with the region. Housing Forward would act as our fiscal agent for the staff and the Flex Fund reimbursements. And once our Flex Funds that were put into the overall pool are depleted, we would then have access, or those staff members would have access to the larger Flex Fund, which is privately funded, that Housing Forward works to continuously keep funded through private dollars. And then for Irving as staff, we would just be managing our contract with Housing Forward. These are the program cost estimates. These numbers are based on the RFP that Housing Forward put out, so we would be in line with what they are, how they are funding the other 11 FTEs from staffing and fringe benefits and a program manager oversight. So for a total project admin and staffing costs of $194, our contribution into the Flex Fund of $25,000, just looking at just under $220,000. Any questions? And again, we have staff from Housing Forward should you have any questions for them.
Dennis.
Yeah, I got several questions. And I guess I'm going to start on the program cost estimate. I asked this question yesterday. So all of the funding for this comes from the city's general fund. Okay. My second question is on the staffing. Okay, these are full-time employees.
Yes.
And will they be funded every year?
This would be a one-time year cost. This is for 1 year.
So who funds them the following year?
It would be a decision if the council would like to continue that.
What if the council decides not to continue it?
Then we would not have staff to provide the diversion case management program
So
in
basically,
Irving.
Okay, so basically, we are entering into funding a full-time staff person to keep this program going. Without that funding, this program basically doesn't continue.
Correct, unless we are able to identify other funding through another source. At this point in time, it's a 1-year program, can be considered a pilot through the general funds.
My other question is, and Chris, you had said earlier that we have to determine the focus. And it appears to me that the focus is not on, at least from my perspective, the focus for which I thought this diversion program was going to be for. And that's for people who are already homeless. And it appears to me that this is really not the focus, that the focus is for people who are on the verge of becoming homeless, but they're still housed.
No, they have to be literally homeless to be eligible, so they've just lost housing.
But they just lost housing.
They
How
could-
long have they lost housing?
As of 1 day ago to, they have to be literally homeless per HUD's definition, so if they have just lost their housing, they were evicted today.
Right, but my question is, I lost my housing 7 months ago. Do I qualify?
I would ask Housing Forward, you would qualify. Now, there are a number of, when they're going through that case management and through the CAS system, depending on what other, how that household presents itself, are they able to divert them and get them back into immediate housing? Hopefully, yes. Otherwise, they're going to look through the coordinated assessment system and try and point them to the most appropriate intervention for them.
Okay,
Is there-
and then I noticed
You can come up. If I could.
I noticed, and you can explain to me what you meant when it says that Housing Forward did not receive any applications from nonprofits in the Irving area. Explain that to me. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, we did not receive any qualified applicants. So there are very minimum qualifications that an agency would need to meet to be a qualified applicant for that RFP. We did not have any qualified applicants from the city of Irving.
Okay,
It was
you
an
said-
open RFP.
You said for that RFP, what RFP are we talking about?
We released an RFP in January to fund those 11 CAS assessors and diversion case managers across Dallas and Collin counties.
Was that information shared with the nonprofits in Irving?
It was shared with the COC wide. So any nonprofit or agency who is a part of the continuum of care would have known about that. We provided the information about that widely.
Okay. All right. I'll ask my other questions later.
Can I answer your first question too?
Yes.
So the importance of having a staff member, and I know Imelda shared that graph of kind of how the system works. That housing problem-solving conversation is really, it's a very skilled, creative conversation. So that staff member is very skilled in having that conversation and helping an individual who's seeking assistance through the system to think about the resources that they already have or around them or the resources that exist in the community. So if someone who is coming in who might have been couch hopping for 7 months, who got evicted 7 months ago but have been in and out of literal homelessness, if through that conversation with that skilled worker, they are in a place where they can maintain with a limited amount of financial assistance, then they would absolutely be eligible for diversion.
Brad?
Yeah, I spoke with Chris about this, but I'm very supportive of this. I think it's kind of a piece to the puzzle. And I really, it looks like we're going to hire 2 FTEs if we approve it. But my view would be, you know, this would be an ongoing expense. It wouldn't be we try it for a year. I mean, if it didn't go well, I guess we can always reevaluate any position in the city. But I think that this is a good program. It's not terribly costly, even though we still have to fit it in the budget. But I think it's good because it does address the homelessness piece versus, okay, we've always been good at, or trying to be good at keeping people out of homelessness. But then the people who are homeless, they have a very urgent need. And so I think it's good. I like it. If we can have the success that other places have, I think it'd be a great thing. And we can measure it hopefully and see how we're doing.
John?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I kind of agree with what Brad said, and I want to follow up with on his point about this kind of addresses the homeless issue. I think to be a little more precise, what this does is it addresses homelessness is a very complex topic, as we all know, partially because there are a lot of different types of homeless, and this addresses one of the types of homeless that traditionally we've struggled with even recognizing, and that's the kind of people like they're living out of their car. They have a job, they just don't have a house. So this addresses that kind of, you know, it provides a little bit of a solution that can help with those cases. Like Brad said, it's, in terms of the cost to benefit, I think it's pretty clearly a winner there. I'm also leery, like Councilman Webb, about creating positions from general fund dollars that are not recurring. So I just wanted to express my reservation about that, but yeah.
Kyle?
Yeah,
Or,
so-
go ahead. Did you have something you wanted to add? Kyle?
Well, all this is the program structure. It has nothing to do, there's no operating costs or service costs into this. This is just what it's gonna cost to set it up. So we still have to decide if we want to allocate, Because $25,000 in the flex fund ain't gonna get you anywhere. So if we're gonna do this, we're gonna have to look at another $150,000, $200,000 to really make an impact. And Housing Forward is the best of the best at doing what they do when they've come off the cliff. I have two concerns. Well, I have a number of concerns about this one is a concern about the qualified agencies that's gonna be their Housing Forward's point of contact in the city. They sent out an RFP, and according to what you said, you didn't have any qualified responses. I don't know if that means people didn't reply, or those who replied who are in the COC at Housing Forward, and team of care with Housing Forward, didn't qualify. So concern there is I'm pretty sure Housing Forward doesn't want to take on any more staff, because as a nonprofit, you've got to raise that money. I know that Housing Forward has been offered a location in the city to be able to set up, and they said they didn't want that. Because that was a conversation that folks I'm working with Housing Forward, we presented to Sarah. So when we see this is what it is this is just to set the program up. It's not to provide services, unless you put the $25,000 flex fund. So if we're gonna do this, nearly needs to be a multi-layered approach, and that is, number one, is we've got to find a way, and there's been people having conversations with Chris about preventing them from falling off the cliff. Because if we can prevent them from falling off the cliff, and those kids, the 550 self-declared students inside the school district, of them not having to change schools, is gonna be one of the best ways we can to break the poverty cycle and establish some permanency with them. We're gonna have some challenges in Irving of keeping families in Irving because we don't have vouchers, don't have Section 8 housing. Housing Forward's program does work. It is by far the best thing, I think. On the training side, we're gonna have to look at the agencies that provide work with the homeless folks in the city of Irving. Because that's where you're gonna be able to do your casework and start to have the HMIS system set up and everything else. You really just have one, in my opinion, who does this, who can do that, and that's Many Helping Hands. Two is you're gonna have to have a location for them to be able to set up where you have a non-congregate shelter, a place where they can do that if they don't have a phone or access to a computer, because the only way they can get in touch with Housing Forward is through one of three ways. That's either by phone call, by virtual, or by person in person. The non-congregate day center is the location it needs to be, because they have the access, they have the ability, and I know that they have already been working with some of the bigger agencies that provide homeless work in the city of Dallas, trying to get to where they need to go. There was another group that committed to them and just wants to start setting up meetings and having conversations with them as of yesterday. So I think when we move forward, we're gonna have to remember that, yeah, this sets up the program. The worst thing we can do as a city is start a program and then kill the program and working with the most vulnerable people in our city. So, I think, John, to everybody, the 219 is just one thing, but then Chris is gonna have to come back and say, okay, how much money do we wanna fund to help the people to take care of these families? That's probably gonna be another 200,000, I would say, to make a dent. The other side of this is the one preventing the folks from falling off the cliff, which is gonna keep the kids in the schools and keep the families where they're at to prevent them, because a lot of times when you're homeless, it's because you've been evicted, and good luck getting a place to live if you got an eviction on your record, especially in this market. So that's a whole nother area, another topic that we need to probably look at and address regarding to the homeless folks. And that can be done a myriad of different ways. But I'm very proud, I'm happy to hear several folks say they believe in this program. Just you've got to remember that the street people, are the folks that are on the streets and those that are homeless is one thing. And those of us that work with this know that sometimes when you send somebody to a family member, 2 months later, they're back out on the street again because the family doesn't want them back or something has happened. And we know that. A lot of Housing Forward success has been working with a lot of the veteran programs and getting some of the veteran folks off the streets. So I congratulate you on that. I think Housing Forward is the right place to go, working with the right agency to making sure if they didn't qualify, we work with Housing Forward to find out why those agencies didn't qualify and do everything that we can, those of us in the NPO world through ICTN and whatever, to get them to qualify, to be able to do that. That's another step that's outside of this realm that we need to do. But then as we move forward with this, my concern, and what I heard council say when we started this, is how do you keep the people who are working, who don't make enough money, or having to live in their car on the QT parking lot, keep those kids in the city of Irving school district so they're not having to change, and start all over that for their mental health, their mental well-being, and for the continuum. If somebody is working in Irving and they have a job, it may be as simple as a budgeting class, a literacy class, something of that sort, to where they can get out of the car and get a place to live. These 500 kids that are families that are self-declaring, and you want to tell me that some of these school districts, some of these elementary schools in here don't have any homeless? That's crazy. These are the ones that also need to be a point of concern as well, because this is keeping them out of Housing Forward's realm. And I know through some conversations with some folks that Housing Forward would like to not have to take on as many more people. They're going to help as many as they can, and their plate's full. If we can prevent them from being homeless, that's the best start. When they get to the homeless thing, working with Housing Forward and then setting up something like this with one of our nonprofits, if we can get them up to where they need to be or they meet the qualifications to become this, is the right way to do. And it's the only way we're going to be able to prevent and make a dent in the homeless families that we deal with. Everybody that I work with has to have some form of income coming in and they're working. Have to have income coming in. Some of them don't have GEDs, ESLs, all that kind of stuff like that they need to be able to get a better living wage job. That's in this group of these 520 people. We are heavily involved with Project Pass. That's what's involved with these kids in the school district. So we've got organizations that are working that need to be scaled up a little bit. We've got to be willing, the NPOs and the groups, to make commitments to that. And I think Housing Forward, conversations I've had, have really wanted to help. But yes, I do think this is the right start. I do think that we need to come up with a program to keep the folks from falling off the cliff. And we've had conversations with the Great Apartment Association of Dallas and working through some of the things with Jason Simon and his group to be able to facilitate some of this eviction issues that their members are seeing we're dealing with. But I do like this. This is just a starting cost to set up a program. Chris, when we get to budget time, you're going to have to tell us how much money you want to allocate, because that's going to be another decision we have to make. I do think that this is a great start. I appreciate Imelda and Housing Forward for being here. I know the work that you do. But as far as I'm concerned and what I can see to get this thing started past this process and into implementation is we need to help Many Helping Hands as an agency where the day center is at, to be able to get them up to speed to where they need to be to move forward, to be able to qualify for the help from Housing Forward and then move forward from there. That's my soapbox.
Okay, Dennis.
No,
Al, I'm sorry, Al.
Target population for high schools, is it Irving ISD? Because there's a part of this city that goes tax into the general fund that has students and schools that are in Capel and Carrollton Farmers Branch. So does this apply to them?
It'd be any Irving resident, and so,
Well, they're
again, the
Irving
target
residents.
population is anyone that's experiencing homelessness, so it'd be more than just the school district, but to the points, I think there's a desire to help families and children that are in the school district experiencing homeless, but it's not just high schools or schools that are the target population, just to clarify.
Then are you telling me that then our tax money out of the general fund is going to within the confines, within the city of Irving, whoever is living here, no matter what school they go to?
Correct, it's for
That's my
Irving
question.
resident, yes. Someone that's presenting homeless.
Any Irving resident.
Okay, well then I'd like to see what that looks like when it really comes off the drawing board.
Thank you.
Can I clarify something for that you spoke about, Councilman Taylor? Is that okay? Or
Sure, go ahead.
just the Flex Fund dollars, it's a private fund that after that $25,000 is spent, that the staff at City of Irving have access to. We also have a renewable HUD grant that funds the rental assistance. So that's renewable every year. So that short 3 months of rental assistance and some additional funds for deposits and admin fees are renewable from HUD, and that private fund, we are continuing to raise the funds to sustain that Flex Fund. So the service piece, that $25,000 is you're adding to a service system that already exists.
Can you guarantee that $25,000 is going to stay in Irving?
Yes, we can.
Can you guarantee the people you help are going to stay in Irving?
I don't know that, you mean, or will live in Irving?
Yeah, the Irving homeless you get, can you guarantee 100% that everybody you help is going to stay in Irving?
I think you would be limiting a person's choice.
A yes or no question.
Then the answer would be no.
Yep, okay.
Okay, Dennis.
Yeah, so Kyle kind of brought up what I was going to talk about. I don't know how many years I've been asking. We seem to ignore the nonprofits in Irving. I'm looking at this, and we're taking general fund dollars to go to Housing Forward. These nonprofits been asking for help for years and can't get nothing. You have a day center that Many Helping Hands is in its second year, gets nothing. That day center is where 30 to 35 of the people that you would normally see downtown Irving are at during the day, and not downtown Irving, but Many Helping Hands can't get nothing. And then I get this, where we're gonna take general fund dollars. Now, they can't qualify because they don't have the capacity for HUD funding and all that, because this organization is just now expanding. Just hired an executive director, been trying to get grants. But then I see we're gonna take general fund dollars to do this. And we've asked, they've asked, Life Change Housing was promised some money, not getting it. Why is it that the Irving nonprofits who are really doing the work, some of these things that I read, Many Helping Hands is doing this already. They're putting people in apartments. They're helping to send people back home. I can get them to bring you all the data and the information. I had a discussion with the executive director about this very thing. And it's very disappointing to them and to myself that our Irving nonprofits who are working their tails off to try to help solve the homeless issues we have basically gets no respect and definitely get no funding. So, you know, I'm not going to vote for it simply because until we begin to focus on trying to help the nonprofits that we have in our city build capacity, you know, they can't build capacity when they're going up against organizations that are years and years old with all that capacity already. They can't qualify. So at some point, I think the city ought to try to make some kind of effort to help these organizations build capacity. Our executive director has been trying to get some grants to get a case manager. You know, can't get it. City, you have a chance to actually help. Instead of hiring these full-time employees for this, why don't the city help fund case managers for Many Helping Hands and let them help and build capacity? Many Helping Hands, it is, I guarantee you, you go back and look at a lot of the people who have come through some of these programs, whether it's Life Change Housing, some of these other programs, they was triaged at the day center. And I got the proof because I've been there. So from my perspective, I think before we go down this road, we need to have a conversation with the nonprofits like Life Change Housing and Many Helping Hands that are actually doing your homeless work in your city right now. So I won't support it until we do that.
To clarify on the funding, it's going to Housing Forward as our fiscal agent, but if Many Helping Hands, they could apply to be the case manager and receive the funding to help build that capacity. And it's that Housing Forward's program, and they're providing the training since we don't have that. So it's going to them, and that way to a program that's already in existence to then potentially fund Many Helping Hands or another Irving nonprofit to apply for that. And then the training and capacity building is in regards to the case management is provided by Housing Forward. So it's a third-party administrator in that sense to take the city staff out of that, since we don't provide capacity building in that sense.
Yeah, which means that Many Helping Hands eventually does not qualify. That's how it always end up. So that's why I got a problem with when you said potentially Many Helping Hands can be. That's the problem. Okay, why are not we actually as a city intentionally trying to help our nonprofits that are doing the work build capacity? So that's my point. I've seen it with the Bear Creek Development Corporation. I've seen it with all these nonprofits that continue to work in this city. They can't get city help. And if you didn't get any applications from them, there's probably a reason why. Most of the nonprofits they've gotten tired of trying to come through the city to get something.
Chris.
A couple of quick questions. Again, thank you for coming out. And you can hear from the conversation, there's a number of questions. The RFP that was sent out by Housing Forward, not by the city. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm out-
So
out
the-
board.
Imelda, can you please walk through, I think it's important to have a good understanding of the relationship between the employees, who the employees would be working for, contract employees, and then the relationship between Housing Forward and the agency that they would be looking to partner with here in Irving. How does all of that work? You just begun to mention that in answer to Dennis's question. Can you expand on that, and where will these employees go? How does that work? Then I have a few more thoughts after this, Mayor. As well.
So the employees would be the entity or organization applying to the RFP. So an example, nonprofit ABC would like to partake in the diversion program.
And that is an Irving nonprofit, ABC, or does it have to not to be? It doesn't
I think
necessarily
the
have to be.
preference would be an Irving nonprofit. There is ability to be a mobile or virtual access point. So it's going to have the way that the RFP from Housing Forward presented their options to have a virtual access point. It's how they're servicing a particular area. I think the preference would be a nonprofit that is located in Irving, just so there is a face-to-face option. We have heard from service providers that's a good practice. But it would be funding a staff, one or two staff individuals for that nonprofit. They would be trained by Housing Forward and to do the diversion program. They are still reporting. If you go back to this, there is a program manager fee that they are able to receive as well. So that is the program manager at nonprofit ABC who oversees the staffing. So there's direct oversight there. And they are reporting back up to the fiscal agent of Housing Forward, who is providing the training and the reimbursements for their staffing cost. And then we are just working with Housing Forward to ensure that they are fulfilling all of those duties and reporting out on how the program's working with Irving residents, Irving homeless individuals. Is there anything I missed? Okay.
Yeah, a couple more questions, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you. When we start, if we were to start this program, per council's thoughts, the $219,000 as you show it here, that is implementing the program. So the staffing would be available, they'd go through the training, you'd work with, as Housing Forward, an entity here in Irving, to provide those, I forget the name of the positions, what do you call it, the CAS workers, CAS workers? They would be funding those CAS workers. So this would then be for those individuals or families that are finding themselves immediately or currently homeless. They would work through the system, and the $25,000 that we would be providing as a city is our contribution into that larger bucket of funds that if we were to use all those dollars in assisting Irving residents in finding those housing solutions, once we exceed that $25,000, it would not be an additional cost to us. That would then be covered through the other private donations that have come into that big bucket that Housing Forward has been able to secure through its own fundraising and development efforts. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So once we implement this program, it is going on. So I hear, Kyle, what you're saying. Is there going to be some additional dollars to continue with this program? I would anticipate that over time, if council would want to continue with this program, there's going to be increases in personnel costs, for example. I'm not sure, would there be increases in the $25,000? Or would that hold steady?
No.
Okay.
I think that flex fund, we are working very hard to maintain that flex fund.
And is that $25,000 one time or ongoing?
One time.
One time. So at that $25,000, that is then access to that larger pot of fund. We are not paying that $25,000 again. So all things being equal, the next year, it would then be $194,000, or less than that. My math, I suck at math. Sorry, council. I probably shouldn't admit that on a public record, that your city manager sucks at math. It's going to be less than that. Is that correct? Okay. To Kyle's point as well, this is only addressing one portion of the housing homeless challenge that we have. This program is looking to work and directly assist with individuals that are finding themselves immediately homeless. There are, and we've done, and could you please go back, Imelda, to the program sheet where we have right there, we are currently working to work with individuals that are in imminent risk of becoming homeless. You can see the programs that we've been able to work on with that. Those are federal dollars, is that correct?
Yes.
Those are challenging.
Yes.
And so my thought is, as we continue to work on this dual approach, which is what I mentioned right at the beginning, there really is a dual approach here. How do you work with those that are immediately homeless? How do you help those that are imminently moving towards that cliff? And we're going to try and pull them back from the cliff and help them out. I would see an additional program that the city may want to look at to help with those individuals as well. And yes, those would be general fund dollars as well. I would hope, Dennis, to your point, that there would be Irving nonprofits that could work with the city to do that. But on this particular relationship, we would just have a contract with Housing Forward. And Housing Forward would then work with the sub-agency that these two caseworkers would be assigned to. You would have that relationship. We are just transferring the money over to you. You can see if you go back to the budget, Imelda, that 10% fiscal, or the 10% agent fee, that's Housing Forward's processing to help manage this system for us. But I would like to come back as we continue to finalize what program can we use before they go off that cliff, pulling them back, and then have this program as part of that effort when they are already off the cliff. That's the general thought and strategy. That's if that works for council, and that's what we're looking at doing. Again, when we moved away from looking at that non-congregate shelter, are there programs in place, or could we help work with programs, or even create new programs through the city through the use of our general fund dollars to assist, to ensure that people don't find themselves needing to have that day use, or that non-congregate shelter component? What I would anticipate relative to a budget, I don't know for the program before they go off the cliff what that would entail quite yet. It could be up to, as Kyle said, a couple $100,000. But I would anticipate for this program, for those that have already gone off over the cliff, maintaining and having this in the base budget for the general fund per council's approval each year if you would want to continue with the program. So I would anticipate and make it into the base budget of the general fund, as well as if the council would want to move forward on another program relative to helping people avoid from going over the cliff from the get-go. I hope that makes sense.
Dennis?
So could the staffing be, could we just say we want the staffing to be Irving-based staffing? In other words, I'll use Many Helping Hands as an example. We want those two staff people to be assigned to Many Helping Hands.
Meaning if Helping Hands isn't, you just want to designate the staff?
Yes.
Is it designating a specific staff, or just that you want an Irving-based nonprofit to be the staff? Is that, that's what I thought I heard.
An Irving-based nonprofit, and specifically to me, I see two nonprofits that's really kind of doing it, and it is, and it could be some others, but Many Helping Hands, Life Change Housing. Is it possible to say, okay, we want those two staffing positions
To be assigned to them.
to be assigned to them?
I think we can work through, I think there's some
Yeah.
Because aren't they, they're in your COC, aren't they?
Correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean,
Those agencies are in your COC.
We do have very basic requirements because we have a grant in our name from HUD for that rental assistance, right? We have requirements for managing that as a fiscal agent. So there is some vetting that we do of nonprofits that we award funds to ensure that they meet the requirement. I don't know, because we would need to talk about that. I think can have a continued conversation about
So
that.
let me ask you this, is there a way in which you can share those qualifications with Imelda?
Absolutely.
Then she can take it to ICAN, which is our Urban Community Action Network that a lot of the agencies are involved with. And then we, as an ICAN agency, can start working and helping those of us that have the capacity to do that, to make sure that they have the right partnerships in place in communication with Housing Forward, to be able to make sure that anybody that wants to qualify to be able to apply make sure that we give them all, make sure they have access to all the tools and resources they need to be able to qualify.
Yes.
What I don't want is for them to kind of get blindsided because there's a number of us that are willing to commit to make sure that agencies with this program, working with Housing Forward, that we partner with them to make sure they have all the tools and resources they need to qualify for this training.
Definitely.
Okay, because I think that's going to be the best way for us, number one, to build capacity among our homeless folks, number one in our agencies. Two, to create a legacy where we have more than just one doing it if we see that it needs. I think that's the best way, but we will need those qualifications, whether there's something they have to sign off on or whatever, get the qualification so it's not out there in a public document, but a way in which, or y'all just come to Irving and sit down with those agencies and say, this is what you have to be able to have to qualify. So we can start working on that process to make sure they have the tools and the resources that we can be able to build that and do that.
Those qualifications are public and are in the language of the RFP, so
Okay.
we can absolutely give them.
Well, I think there's one of the things to go back to is been a disconnect in the communication of the RFP. So I think we just need to make sure that when it comes back out again, or we go through the educational process of getting the nonprofits up to speed, that y'all are in that room when we have that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Dennis. Yeah, of course, I still won't, it's just me and I'm just one vote. I think it's high time that we invest in these nonprofits that we got in our city that's doing homeless services. If we can give $219 to this program, you can take that same $219 and give it to these nonprofits with some rules and some guidelines, and I guarantee you, they will put just as many people in apartments, put them back to their families, and they will do just as this program will, because they're already doing it, except that they're doing it with little funding. I mean, I can have them give you data, send you data of all of the people that they have put up, that they have put in hotels, that they have given bus tickets to go back to Tennessee to their families. They're doing the exact same thing that this program is going to be doing. And my point again, and I'll shut up after this, why can't we give, if this is general fund dollars, why can't we give general fund dollars to our own nonprofits without it having to be, they got to then go through somebody else to get it?
Kyle.
Yeah, I think the key to that, though, is making sure those agencies have access to the flex fund through Housing Forward. And I think that would be able to create a bridge while they're building financial capacity, continue to do their own. I think that's just kind of money that's just kind of sitting out there with we missed the RFP, or we didn't qualify for the RFP. And I think that's kind of, Dennis, that's kind of gives us access to their flex funding through Housing Forward. Want to make sure what the guidelines and the purposes for the reimbursement, if it's a reimbursement program, since it's a HUD program and what that looks like, because some of us have been going through that for a little while with working with CDBG funds. And that's another challenge for a lot of the agencies is the reimbursement side. It's having the capacity up front to be able to wait until you get your reimbursement back and making sure everything's crossed. And that's always been a challenge for a lot of our agencies and just the bureaucratic red tape. So I think if we can start that thing, start having some conversations. I know there's been some folks that I work with that have been talking to Sarah about some things. And so I think this is a good step forward. I do think we need to implement the program. I think council always has the right to kill a program. It's been interesting because as I've been in this for the last 4 or 5 months or so talking about this, some of the language from the right hand and the left hand is getting muddled in the middle and we don't have a real clear picture. So I feel that there's a little bit more clarity today than there was when I sat down today after my hour-long argument with Chris about something with this program. Yes, so I do think this is the right start for this city. I do think we owe it for those folks to be able to do this. So I'm fully on board with the program. I just want to make sure, and Philip, and you said this before too, if we're going to do this, is Housing Forward going to manage all of this and the city is going to sit out of it? Or how's the city going to be involved with it and creating that extra layer of bureaucratic process in which nonprofits have to go through?
We don't want to sit as an extra bureaucratic layer. I mean,
Thank you.
The whole idea is to get us out.
Could I add one comment? Hi, everybody. Ray Clay, I'm the Chief Program Officer at Housing Forward. This is me talking as a higher level approach. For any federal funding for homelessness, like the majority of it comes through our NOFA, which is we are the collaborative applicant for that. So the city of Irving, the nonprofits that are there being a part of the All Neighbors Coalition, which is that COC, that's kind of the first step into just being open and knowing about all the opportunities that come through us. We have wonderful partners that are in the All Neighbors Coalition that may not be receiving federal funding that are doing exactly what you said, Councilman Webb. They are running the programs in their own city with dollars, and they are part of work groups with us. They get invited to other things to help gain knowledge. Like, of course, it wouldn't be exactly all the same training that comes with the people that were awarded through our RFP, but there are other agencies out there doing that. When it comes down to it, our goal is the same as yours, to end homelessness, to make it rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. So even though I would love for you guys to work with us, we are not about making money at all. We're about ending homelessness. So whichever way that you guys can do that or decide as a city to do that, we want to support you in that.
One last thing, and I promise I'll shut up.
Sure.
Would y'all, and I'm going to speak out of John because he's in charge of the Community Services Committee. I would really like for y'all to come back to Community Services Committee and walk through your program as we go through this as an agenda on John's community service, so everybody can get on the same page and get a clear understanding and ask about how often can they get assistance? What is the maximum level of assistance they can get? What is the quality? So we can really get a good, clear understanding, and then have you guys come to ICANN and have a presentation at ICANN.
We'd love to do that.
John.
Well, since I got called out.
Call you out.
No, I don't. So the next Community Services Committee is August 1st. So we still have time to amend that agenda. Would you guys be able to come to that one?
I believe so, yes. Someone will.
All right, we'll get it on the agenda. Thank you.
Mark.
This is a lot of information. It's being thrown out there, a lot of acronyms too. But so I hear Dennis's point, which is that the nonprofits provide a lot of these services and deserve the city's support. And but the city needs this position in order to be a conduit to these federal programs for the funding that they can bring the funding to the nonprofits for their support. Am I understanding that right?
We need this, I'm sorry, you said the position?
Yes. This program, the city.
The program, yes. So that way, because we don't run a diversion program, and so Housing Forward as a region approach has put on this program, and so we're trying to tap into that, something that's already working, and basically, since we aren't able to provide, there aren't any staff per the funding they provided, we're tagging on and providing staffing dollars, so that way we can have that program here in Irving.
Staffing dollars for the nonprofit.
Correct. Yeah. It's just not, it's flowing through Housing Forward as to tag on to the program that they're already running.
These are not our dollars. These are not our employees. These are going to our dollars. These are going to the nonprofit. Again, the Housing Forward put out that RFP. There was not a response. This is now the city coming in and saying, hey, let's ensure that we get this moving forward. And so I really do appreciate Imelda and Housing Forward being willing to work with us. And hopefully we can work with an Irving nonprofit. And I appreciate your willingness to look at Many Helping Hands or some of those other entities, understanding your federal requirements relative to what you have to work with and your audits, because we go through the same thing. But again, these are not going to be our employees, and this is an effort to work with an existing program that Housing Forward already has for diversion, for those that have gone over the cliff, that they did not get a response from, but we're going to continue to help.
Al.
Yeah, you know, we've, as a council, we have been wrestling with what can we do to help one of our populations, whether it's homeless, whether it's our schools, students that are couch surfing, homeless, whatever you want to call it at this point, plus some of the centers that we're trying to put money into for wellness, et cetera. At the end of the day, you know, no matter how you look at it, unless we make the commitment with our resources, we really can't affect the bottom line of it. So, you know, we're talking about, you actually said it, Dennis, if we're gonna put out that kind of money and it's our money, then that's one thing, because then we can measure what the heck we're gonna do as going down. But the minute we start looking at these other kind of, it reminds me of the federal government, I'm here to help you. Yeah, right, okay. At the end of the day, it's about us and what we're gonna make a commitment to and what kind of money we're gonna put at it and what expectations and the return on that investment. It's gotta start with us, with our money, because it's supposed to impact our community, our population, and the people that we're trying to help. If we don't do it that way, yeah, okay, we're gonna have some program, but at the end of the day, we're still hostage to that spigot whenever it could be turned off and on. So and I've heard a lot today on housing. I'm not sure what I really understand. And so, again, a strategy is important as to how all this fits and where it comes out at the end over what period of time. But it's really on us, and it's our money that we are collecting on behalf of our citizens' tax money. So it's got to stay here to help the people here. And how do we do that? So that's thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give my 2 cents, and then we're going to take a break. What I see here is helping several different ways. One, we've got a housing issue that we have to deal with. We can't turn our head on it. And so this gives us an opportunity to actually bridge the concerns that the nonprofits and some of the others in our city have. One of the challenges they have is meeting the federal requirements and meeting requirements in general. So by doing what we're doing here today, from my perspective, we are engaging with you to provide individuals to work with. In this case, we have requested that they would be our nonprofits to help educate them on how they then futurely can apply and meet the standards. So what we're trying to accomplish today, if I'm not wrong, is we're trying to be able to utilize your expertise and dollars to train and explain to our nonprofit or a nonprofit how they then can become more successful. In other words, working with you and through your programs and being able to meet the standards that are required, that's going to open the door for other programs that are available out there. Once they understand how to meet the standards and how to work through the process, which seems to be the problem everybody has, this is going to even open more doors for them through the programs that you have access to and can explain to them. So that's the way I'm looking at it. Maybe all wet. But what I'm seeing here is an opportunity for us to work with our nonprofits and bring them to a point where they then, through your programs and potentially other programs that are available, understand how they can take advantage of them to have even more dollars to work within the community. I see heads going this way.
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Comments? It's 3 o'clock. We'll take a little break before we start the next group, about 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I think we got everybody back. We'll go ahead and, so, we'll go ahead and the next item on the agenda is the review of the agenda. And the first one is the city operations update, and then this next is a public hearing to gather input on the 2024-2025 annual action plan submission for the use of federal funds for the United States Department of Housing and Human Services, and Councilman Taylor will be abstaining from that. Item number 3, 4, 5, and 6 are minutes from the June 8th, the June 25th, the June 27th, and the June 27th meetings. Item number 7 is a resolution adopting a position to support reduction in sales tax use, tax revenue collected by the Dallas Area Rapid Transit, DART. I'm going to make a statement here to kind of understand where this is going. There's a lot of misinformation out there as far as what we are doing or what we're not doing. First of all, I would say that we have received a letter from DART wanting us to wait 90 days before we move forward with this resolution. Everyone's entitled to their position on that. My position is that we've made a decision, I've made a decision, and I feel it's in our best interest to move forward. The reason this is being brought forward is back in 2013, the average ridership on the system was 71 million people. In 2021, or in 2023, it was 41 million people. 30 million less people riding the facility in a 10-year time frame. But yet, our city went from paying $60 million a year to $110 million a year, as did others, such as Dallas, which are up over $400 million a year from $200 million a year. So we've continued to see this growth in the dollars given to the entity. The entity is different than most. It's the way it was created. It does not have a cap on the revenue. As you and I know, we have a cap that we have to adhere to. The legislature has made sure that are based on our taxes and our income. When we go over 3%, we've got to come back with some type of a budget adjustment. And if we're going to go over it, then we go to the vote of the residents so that they have the ability to include in it. DART does not have that. So in 2021, several of us, under the leadership of some of the representatives from Plano, met with the legislature to talk about several different things. And one of them was the cap, the amount of money that we put in. You know, if you look in the last few years, it's gone up about I'm not going to be specific on this because if you wanted me to, I could have 500 or 600 pages. I'm just trying to go from generalities here, but I can get specifics. So we had seen the increase by about 30% over a 4-year period, 27%. And so what we're saying is all of us operate under restraints, but they don't. That was a concern of ours back then. The other thing that was a concern of ours was the makeup of the board. The legislation that created DART has a lot of different nuances to it. In other words, it used to be about 52 to 54% was paid for by DART. Today it's less than 49%. But the apportionment of board members is based on population, which gives them the ability to control the board. So basically what you have is an entity that's paying less than 50% of the dollars into DART that has the controlling membership of the board. That was something else we wanted to look at in the legislations, how we could cap the dollars once they got to a certain point so money could come back to the cities. That we wanted to look at the governance model, and we also wanted to look at the idea of getting in and out of DART. How does that set up that we can only have an election every 6 years? And then based upon, if you would choose to get out, you would be required to pay the percentage of dollars that you had been put in. Now, we still have never gotten that number. I've asked for it for several years as to what it would be. I've heard everything from it's based on the dollars that were spent within your city and the debt that was accrued, and then I've also heard that it's been based upon the percentage that you pay into the organization. So I've yet to find that out and have a solid number. So anyway, the first, those were things that we wanted to address at the time. So we were talking about it back and forth, and we were asked, the city of Plano was asked to remove it, so they did not move forward with it. The last legislative session, they did come forward with it again. It did go on to the Senate, but it was not received at the House level. So at that time, I think Chris and myself and several others were down in Austin talking about this, and we said, well, we really need to understand what are we getting for our investment. The reality of this is we're putting $100 to $110 million a year into this, which is more money than we put into anything that we do in this city. And what is our return? Now, and that's what the $1 million question or the $100 million question. What are we getting for our return? So we have been looking at different options, and so 2 years ago with this legislative session we started. Well, as usual, everybody drags their feet, and then all of a sudden, a few months ago, they say, well, we got to do something about this because the legislature is going to come back. So DART agrees to hire someone to look at the proportionality of how this would all be divided out. So we talked about it, and the way it was set up was that the city managers would have the ability to meet with the consultants and work through the process, that we would all be hands-off. So, Chris, I'm going to throw you out here. Chris had a meeting with the representatives and said, hey, when we talked about this contract when you were talking about it, the city manager were going to be more involved. And he said when we had the conversation with them, they're not really looking for that type of involvement. And so I called Paul Wageman, who's on with me, who's the Plano representative, and I said, Paul, do you remember how we were supposed to do this? And he goes, yes, I did. And they're supposed to communicate more often with our city managers, not with us, but with our city managers. And I said, well, would you check on that? So he then called Gary Slagle, who's the president of the board, and made the decision that he could then call the consultant and our attorney as well as Gary, as well as Paul, were on the phone so that they went through the prospect of what it was supposed to be. And yes, it wasn't presented to Chris appropriately. So Chris then received an email from that organization saying that they had misspoken, was the word. So Paul and I were very much criticized by other board members for how dare we do this, but the reality of it is we were not getting in the middle of it. We were trying to make sure that what the contract stated was lived up to, and we went through the appropriate people by talking to the chair as well as our attorney at the organization. So there's that going on. And then the other thing was hearing that the legislature was going to meet and other things are going on. Several of us got together and put a letter out that we wanted to really understand this better. So then we met with Michael Morris. Michael recommended we send a letter to him that stated where our concerns were, which we did. And in doing so, both DART and Fort Worth signed on as well, that they wanted to have a better understanding of how the dollars were spent. So there's a process that's going on through COG, through the RTC. Brad, I'm sure, is aware that a couple $1 million is being spent on consultants. I have had one meeting with those consultants. I've not had any follow-up on that. They're supposed to have something to us in August. Hopefully we'll have something to go on, but my initial meeting with them was a Zoom for probably 20 minutes to 30 minutes. And so that process is going on. And in the meantime, the challenges that we've been facing That's some of the political rhetoric behind where we are and where we're trying to go and why we're trying to get our arms around this, is to really understand how the $110 million is spent. Now, the reason we're doing that, I mean, there's all kinds of ways you can look at this. I mean, you can come at it from the perspective of economic development. I mean, we knew when Jerry Jones, I don't know how many of you were around when we had the pullout election, and he spent over $1 million, and he basically said, if you stay in Dart, I can't stay here. So when he left and everybody got all upset, we knew, those of us that knew he was going to leave, because we chose Dart over Jerry Jones. So I can honestly say we don't have Jerry Jones in Irving, Texas because of Dart, and be properly right about that. So we can look at it from the economic perspective as well. I was at a client this week who I won't name, who has been in our city for many years. It's a major corporation. They employ several thousand employees. They take anywhere from 100 to 150 hotel rooms a night within our community through training, and we're wanting them to stay in our city. The only thing we have to offer them is tax abatements through their property tax. We really can't, we don't have a slush fund, but in our conversations to find out what we were up against, there are cities that are not members of transit agencies that are willing to spend between 14 and 20 million just to get their attention. So that's what we give up by being in Dart as far as where we are with our economic development dollars. Now, having said all of that, that's not the reason, but I'm going to lay this out so everybody understands why you hear these things about why people are concerned about the economic development dollars we have. You can go to any of the cities that are not members of DART, and they will show you what they've done with their extra penny. You have Epic and I shouldn't name. You have a city that has a nice water park because they have money. You have cities that dedicate part of that penny to reduce their tax rate. You have cities that dedicate it to their police, to their fire, to their economic development, all these different types of things. We've foregone all of that. And I'm not saying, I'm not here complaining about that. I'm just showing you what we have done to be part of DART. Now, this takes me to what the real crux of the matter is. What are we getting for our dollar? I have representatives from this city who represent us on the DART board, an individual has for many years, that regularly tells me we do not have appropriate service in South Irving. Appropriately at meetings with DART, we do not have appropriate service in South Irving. When the COVID hit, the city of Plano and the city of Frisco were some of the first ones to lose their bus service. Because the challenge we face is because we are such a spread out city, there are dependent riders all throughout the city that need to use the service. But if you don't meet a certain standard, based upon the fact that we buy big buses, you don't fill the buses. And so if the numbers don't work, then they cut the routes. So the challenge is, and we're in the process of buying 400 and some new buses, of which I've said, why can't we buy some small ones as well, so that we could go into those neighborhoods where those individuals in our southern sector are in need of transportation, of which I was told, no, we can't do that. But we're going to buy all new ones. And so to me, the real issue has been, and Chris has been involved in this we've been in this for what, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? How many dollars do we get back in return for what we have? And what those dollars equate to me is not, I'm not here to say we want this money back to us. I'm here to say I want my residents to have service. That's what this is about, our residents having service. And it's going to get all blown up that if all, you know, and it's the typical thing. Whenever you try to cut someone's budget, it's like, okay, what's the thing they like the most? Because that's what we're going to cut. So if they say we need to adjust our budget, oh my word, we're going to cut service. That'll stir up the people because they're not going to get service now because that big bad city of Irving is taking their money away from them. So that's what we'll do. We'll get everybody mad. We'll tell them how bad these people are in Irving because they want accountability for $100 and some million and not having the service to their residents. I would ask any of you today to drive MacArthur. Look at the trash around the DART areas. Look at the lack of shelters. Look at the benches that slant like this that you can't even sit on straight. Look at the mud around those. Is that what we should be paying $110 million a year for? No. So what this does, and hopefully will do, is make them recognize that if they're not going to use the money appropriately, give it to us and we'll use it appropriately. Prime example of us using the money appropriately. We had a big issue where we couldn't get one of the cities to agree to do things, and we were spending a lot of money because they wouldn't cooperate, so we decided we got some extra COVID money, so we're going to give everybody a little bit of money back. Okay, so every city, then we get into a big argument about, well, we should get the money back based on population, not on how much you put in there, because if you do it on how much you put in there, that city would only get X, but if you do by population, they get XX. So we couldn't come to a solution, so they go over to the COG, and COG says, okay, I'll give them the money to do this. In the meantime, prior to this, there are a few cities within the DART system that get 30% of their revenue back today. 15% is paid back to their sales tax by the agency, and 15% is paid by COG. So they threatened to pull out when the last election was here, and the compromise was for the next 6 or 7 years or 5 years, I don't know the term of it, they're getting 30% of their investment back. So you have several of the cities, and when I asked them, I said, would you like to participate on this and talk about getting 25% back? They said, we already get 30. So I want this to be very understood, is this is not something that we are taking away from the people. This is not something we don't want to do for our citizens. But I'll go back to how we spent the money that we were appropriated back. $20-some million came back to the city of Irving. And in that $20-some million, we spent resurfacing the MacArthur, because if you will see at most bus stops, because of the weight of the buses and the way they're set up, when they stop at those places, they tear up the pavement. Just stop and look at them sometime. Wherever there's a place, you'll see the pavement broke up all along there. So we spent the dollars trying to get MacArthur back in shape because it's one of our major thoroughfares. The other 12,000 that was in, or 12 million, keep me straight, Chris, on my thousands, my millions, we are putting towards our rail stop at the Texas Stadium site. Now, according to the world of we live in today, we did a terrible job. I was involved, so I'll be the terrible guy of negotiating with DART when we built the Orange Line. Because when we built the Orange Line, DART said, you're going to build it here. And we said, well, we'd really like it here. And they go, well, if you want it here, you got to get us all the right-of-way. So we had to go to every landowner in the city of Irving and get land given to us so that we could have the rail line even come through our city. And then when we got the rail line to come through our city, you know, we've got this nice urban center, we're building all these quality things. We wanted embedded track, just like they have over in Dallas. Oh, you've got to pay for that. You've got to pay for that. And then we wanted, instead of chain link fence, we wanted chain link fence with vinyl on it so it didn't rust. Oh, that's an upgrade. That's an upgrade. So then around all the electrical equipment, there's 6-foot-high brick, but that doesn't cover the, so we wanted another 2 foot so it covered the, completely covered the unit. Well, you're going to have to pay for that. And then we wanted wrought iron fence down the middle of, oh my word, well, you got to pay for all that. So we paid and we paid and we paid. And we donated, and we donated, and we donated. But it still wasn't enough. So we had to defer stations. So we deferred the one We deferred 3 of them, actually. There's the one that we're trying to fund right now. There's the one that eventually, when the BNSF crosses from South Irving in over the orange line, that will be a station. And then we just finished the one on the Carpenter Ranch. So we have paid through the nose to do things. And then, because we've been successful with our development, we need to build a fire station. So we need to build a fire station on land that was dedicated and sold at a very reasonable price to DART by Mr. Carpenter. But if we want it, we got to buy it. So we have to spend another $3 million to do that. And then we've spent a lot of money in the downtown area. I hope you realize that. We've spent $7 million on the park, we're 20-some million on the road. Thank God the road's almost there. And we've done a lot of other things, probably $50 to $60 million in and out. So we want to make a nice little entrance there because you've got the TRE line that goes over. And so we're going to do a nice little mural there. So we've been working on that for about a year and a half. We finally have the ability to do that. But one of the challenges is the old system up above that the rails are on, it's not so good. Maybe you got a little lead paint or maybe a little other problems. And so, hey, can you help us out on that? Well, maybe a little bit. But we're going to have to pay to encapsulate that so that we don't have a problem with it. Now, I say all these things because my frustration level of 30-some years of doing this is at a boiling point. Because we have people that are taking advantage of us. Most recently, at this last meeting, I was told by a representative of a city that we have the Cadillac system here because we have GoLink. And we are better than the rest of the people around because Plano and Irving, we have the GoLink system. So that needs to go away because it's the Cadillac system. People come to your house and pick you up. Well, the only reason we have it is because they took the bus route from us. Now, if they take this from us, we have nothing. And this is where my heartburn is coming out. I've seen this city give. And still, what are our residents saying? Ask the people over at North Lake where our police, our police and our fire have got enough to do in the city of Irving, but God bless them because they've got all these highways that belong to the state that people have wrecks and fires on that they spend their time screwing around with. And now they're screwing around, well, let me rephrase that. And now they're spending their time, very valuable time, because 2 guys over there get in a knife fight and start stabbing each other. So our police department has to go over to North Lake to the area and take care of the problem. So, I mean, there's just compounds time after time. And the arrogance of what's going on here. We had an item on the agenda several weeks ago where basically changing routes and adding routes and stuff is based upon single majority on the board. Well, the single majority on the board is controlled by one city. So we said, let's make it a major majority. Let's make it a major majority. You know what we were told by those individuals? Oh, no, we're not giving up that right. We're going to make the decision what goes where. So for your and mine, it's not mine, it's yours and mine, and the residents, $100 million a year, one city's going to determine what our routes are. So that's why this is on here. And I could go on and on and on. The lack of restraint on the spending of dollars. When I press the staff on issues, the betterments that we're giving these cities today, we're helping pay, and they're paying as well, tens of millions of dollars for decorative features. Everything we did on DART was because there was a value to it. We improved a fence. We improved an area where people were walking across. We improved the height so that there wasn't the generators and things, the electrical components. But now we're paying millions of dollars to cities so that they can have decorative features. Not features they need, but decorative features. So we have, in this last go-around, spent so much money on betterments, it's unbelievable. So I think that the spending is out of hand. There needs to be a cap. We're probably going to have to go a lot of different ways to get to where we want to go. The ridership numbers are low. They continue to be low. The TRE, one more thing, I can't let go without talking about this. Because one of our cities, who's not a member of transportation authorities, is having a big event, you know, we all got to make sure that whoever else outside the city of Irving has a big event, or outside of the district, that we need to be regional, which means hold on to your dollars because they're coming for them. And they've got a big event going on, so they need to spruce up the TRE, because you know what? We're going to have people riding that thing from other countries, and we want it to look good. So we're going to need more vehicles. So we've got $2 million being spent on cars in some place, and we're buying new engines and all this stuff here, and then, well, we got to do it, got to do it. So we start ordering and buying and stuff, and then we find out next couple weeks, you know something? Those new vehicles we ordered, those different vehicles, they're not going to be here in time. So the fact that we bought them, that's okay. We're just going to have to rent some for the event. Now that's what goes on a regular basis in that organization. Now, everybody on that board is going to be really pissed at me when they watch this, and believe me, they all will. But this is where I'm at. I'm tired of playing the games. I'm tired of being abused. I'm tired of our residents standing in the mud or not having a bus or something to pick them up, and that's where I'm at. Sorry for the dissertation. Y'all are free to vote for it or not for it. We have a letter that wants us to postpone it. I prefer not to, but it's y'all's decision. I'm sorry, Brad.
Well, you covered a lot of territory, Mayor. Thank you for that. Yeah, it was kind of eye-opener when we were buying the right-of-way to get onto the airport for every other city that's going through the line, and then being told we're going to buy our own stations, and then seeing Dallas kind of get redundant stations at the cost of DART. They're not paying out of pocket for those. And on COG, one of the things we did when I first got back on, paying for, the COG's going to pay for the parking garages by Mockingbird Station and the zoo next to the DART stations, and we've never had that luxury. We've had our service cut. Another thing that concerns me is we've been successful at increasing our sales tax. And if we're assuming debt on the basis of what we put in, that to me is crazy at this point. And when we talked with the legislative staff, John's going to talk about it a little bit more, but if you went to the state of Texas, any legislator today, and said, here's what we want to do, we want this new agency, they have no cap, they can just increase their revenue depending on how much it goes up. They don't do that with us, they don't do that with themselves, they don't do that with any of their agencies. And so it's time for a legislative solution, particularly given the 8-to-7 ratio. We were discussing high-speed rail today when I went over there, and the Dallas representatives are beside themselves that they want to pick their own alignment, and they want to hold everything else up. And it doesn't seem to me like, they want regional cooperation when it benefits them. So, I'm all for the high-speed rail. I think it's a win for everybody. And I'd love to get their alignment and their economic development the way they want it too. But that's what we're talking about. But I'm looking to the future, kind of the investment we made many, many moons ago before I was even thought about this thing, our old stadium site and seeing the future and having given up the penny with hopefully the future development that's coming that I foresee going down 114, going down 183, just simply give our penny up. When we had to put in those stations, we've had to buy all the right-of-way. I don't see it, and so I think it is time to look at where is the end of the debt that DART incurs? Where is the end of the line? Literally, we have the longest light rail line in the country. So it's time to do this. I appreciate you putting it on. Simply because something's on the consent agenda doesn't make it any great secret, which is a kind of absurd comment, but and I don't mind if we pull this tonight and vote on it individually. I'll happily vote on it. I also felt even better when I saw, I guess somebody from Dallas was posting like, Irving shouldn't do this. We need that money, you know? So to me, I think we're over the target. I appreciate you putting this on, Mayor, and I'll be supportive.
John?
Thank you, Mayor. KO, stop me if this is getting off topic. I don't think it is, but I just want to be safe. Something that a couple of residents have asked me, or have asked, is, no, this vote does not change DART's tax revenue. It merely signals our support of that proposal. So, but if DART were to do that, and we get our quarter penny back, so the question is, how are we going to use that? So my question is kind of, my understanding is there are some restrictions on how we can use that, and that there might have to be an election to determine that, because I remember there had to be back when we got into DART.
Basically, that penny, anytime you want to do something with it, you have to take it to the vote of the public. So like somebody may have a penny and they put a quarter of it into fire and a quarter of it into economic, they had to take that to the public and they had to vote on how that was separated. So first of all, it's not going to happen that fast, and it's probably not going to be a quarter. You know, the hope would be that people would, you know, come together and figure out a way to come up with something relative that they could give back to every city for transportation issues. Hopefully that would be where it was. But if it would be that it came back directly to us, it would have to be something that was put on a ballot and voted on by the residents if they, for what they wanted.
Right. That was my understanding as well. So for the public, this is, so my understanding is, I mean, assuming the DART board were to vote on reducing their sales tax revenue to 0.75 cents, would our sales tax just drop to 8 instead of 8 1/4 until we put it on the ballot? Or like what happens to that quarter penny between?
Councilman Block, my general understanding is that unless the voters and the current framework, unless they vote, it doesn't change your tax structure.
Gotcha.
And unless there is a legislative change that resets that.
We have to reset.
So if DART changes that, then it's still a penny going to DART until we have an election for the voters to change where that quarter penny is going.
Right. The tax rate doesn't change unless there is a vote that changes it.
Okay. Thank you.
Kyle?
Yeah, I think I'm all for this. I mean, we've seen riderships go down. We've got a deal with a number of families and folks that this is supposed to be targeted to or to help them get around town, and I can't give DART bus passes away because nobody wants to take them because it's unreliable. So I think we're just paying for something at an increased cost. It's not getting used, and the data shows that. So I'm with Brad. If you want to pull it out of consent, make it a individual voting issue, then I'm all for that. But I'm very much in support of reducing and in support of this resolution.
Okay. Mark?
I'm in support. Well, I think a separate vote on it makes it a stronger statement, so That makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, we'll go ahead and pull it if everybody's okay with it. And go from there. All right, on to better business here. Item number 7 is authorizing an additional expenditure with Polinslink PC, I'm pronouncing that wrong. What is it? Polsinelli, Inc., in the amount not to exceed $100,000 for continued legal service related to the benefit and plans of the employees and the retirees. Item number 9 is authorizing additional expenditures to Bickelstaff, Heath, DeLago, and Costa LLP in amount not to exceed $50,000 for continued litigation in regard to the 1501 Valley Ranch Road, Conflans Roads Extension Project. Item number 10 is awarding a contract to SYB Construction Company, Inc. in the amount of $285,125 for Straight Seaside Ocean View Watermaster Improvement Project. This is, again, people understanding that we're spending these type of dollars for wastewater improvements in excess of $4 million in these neighborhoods. Item number 11 is resolution awarding a contract to Mart Inc. in the amount of $136,093 for the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funding Spring Trail Park Cricket Field Shade Canopy Project. Item number 12 is resolution awarding a contract to A&C Construction, Inc. in the amount of $1,716,310.20 for the Irving Golf Club Cart Path Replacement Project. Item number 13 is a resolution approving sole source contract with Hatch Company in the total estimated amount of $90,000, $90,224.20 for field service prevention maintenance program for water utilities. Item number 14 is approving addendum number 2 to the engineering service agreement with Friesen Nichols, Inc. in the amount of $84,817 for engineering services to complete a water reuse evaluation study. 15 through 23 are the bids. Do we have any questions? Brad?
Actually, yeah, on 15, remind me what we do with staff.
Sure. So this is our temporary services contract. We added in a couple of years ago for professional services as well, temporary services as well as, and in addition to administrative. Each department pays for their own services, and this contract also backs up the solid waste temporary services contract.
So basically, we need an extra person they can
Yes.
employ,
for like project work.
essentially a temp, I guess, or
Yes.
something like that?
Yes, exactly.
Any other questions on the bids? Item number 24 is an ordinance authorizing the abandonment and vacationing of a 10-foot utility easement and a 20-foot private maintenance stream easement along a portion of properties located at 13 South Beltline Road, 998 Edgemont Drive, 957 Edgemont Drive, and 949 Edgemont Drive, part of the McKinney and Williams Survey Abstract 1059, and being a portion of lots 12 and 13. Block A, Lot 1X by 19X, Block G, Aspen Square Townhomes Abandonment, owner by Aspen Square Homes LLC. And that brings us to our zoning cases. Jocelyn, you got water?
Right, get comfortable.
I figured you needed water, too.
Oh, I had a little bit. We'll see how I do. All right, Jocelyn Murphy, Director of Planning. So these aren't, as for those of y'all who paid attention to the P&Z, these aren't even all the cases went to P&Z. So these are about 2/3 of them, and then the other cases you'll see on August 1st. So we did try to split those up a little bit. We did the best we could.
Thank you.
The first case is an alcohol distance variance at 114 and 118 East Irving Boulevard. They're requesting a variance to sell retail, so it's for off-premises consumption, within 98 feet from a religious facility. 1 letter in support and 2 in opposition. You have those under memo that were distributed, should be this morning. So this property is part of the Big State stores. It's directly east of the old Big State restaurant. They came in and submitted their request for the distance variance as they normally do. It was sent out, it was looked at on site. The church was not seen at the time, so the form was signed off, and the applicant moved forward with his business needs as he needed to prepare to open the retail restaurant, or the retail store. It's going to be, I believe, kind of a convenience store, market type of store, so it's not a full liquor store. He came in for his CO, and at that time it was found that this church was in this location, and we did request then, or we had some communications with him and said that we needed to come back and process this as an alcohol distance variance. So we're doing our best to fix what was kind of a bumpy situation, but this helps move him forward and gets him his CO for the retail store.
I think there was some confusion on this too, because my first conversation, I thought he was just trying to get an RAB for the restaurant. I didn't realize that there was a convenience store that was also being part of it. So I think that's where some of the confusion came in.
Yeah, the restaurant was RAB. Of course, Big State was RAB. They just chose not to sell alcohol for a while.
Right.
The current restaurant does sell alcohol, but this is a new retail convenience store he's putting in.
John?
Out of curiosity, did the Big State location or Rock and Crab, did they not need the distance variance as well?
They got one. So we're back looking in the records. So
Okay.
yeah, it used to. We just started doing the AD type cases before they were just part of the RAB. So when it was processed,
so whenever it was originally zoned, it
Yes.
had a variance that this church is not closer than whatever the variance was?
yeah, they did have to get the distance variance for Big State at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so just, so the criteria for approval, this is in the ordinance, things for the city council to consider. Staff finds, that staff does support this one. We don't have a recommendation, but we do find that it does meet these, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Yes, sir. Mr. Taylor.
I just think we need to take, this is what we just talked about earlier on about in planning and development about what's going in down there by Main Street, and is this what we really want on our Main Street? I think that's something we need to do, not just look at what they're asking for, but is this as the governing body of the city, something that, a retail site that we need down there that fits into what our long-term plan is for that Main Street area.
Agree.
Yeah, he can do the retail by right. It was just the proximity to the church that triggered this. Yeah.
Well, I think the challenge we get into sometimes is the fact that they can do this stuff by right, which is, they can do it by right, but as elected body of the city, of the residents, is something like that what we think is the fit that needs to be down in downtown? And I think that's where we need to have some of that legal freedom to decide if this is what we consider as the elected body who represent the residents who've told us yea or nay on some of this stuff, whether it should go in there or not.
Okay. Anything else?
All right. So I'll work through these as quickly as possible. Y'all slow me down. The first case, first zoning case, 5330 North MacArthur, Suite 108. This is an REB for a restaurant. It's an existing restaurant that wants to sell margaritas with their Mexican food. Staff recommends approval. P&Z recommend approval. No opposition or support. This is the La Familia restaurant. Y'all are probably familiar with this one on North MacArthur.
Good food.
It's just a tenant space in the shopping center, and again, just wants to sell alcohol. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Good to go. 2350 Valley View Lane. This is a request it's a generalized site plan for community commercial to add warehousing as permitted use. Staff recommends approval, P&Z approval, 8-0, no opposition or support. So what they're wanting to do is similar to what's already done. You can see kind of on the upper part of this page, they're small office warehouse types of buildings, and so that's just essentially what they're wanting to extend further down. This site is the location, let me go back to this, an approved hotel. And so they did get some variances to room count and to meeting room size. And so this is a piece of that. If they can, it was an SP2, so it's not an SP1, it's not a detailed site plan. If they can meet all of the regulations that were approved for the hotel, they could still build the hotel, but they will have to figure out how to fit the parking, how to, they can't lower their room count, they can't do all that. So we've had several discussions with them. If they intend to do both, they'll have to figure out how to make that happen. So this does take some of their parking away, so they'll have to work through it. So this, again, is just kind of a piece. They've worked through with fire pretty extensively. The brown on this page is where they say the building shape is going to be. It is an SP1, so it's an odd shape for a warehouse building. But they will have to work through all the fire issues. They can't have any required parking in this huge Encore right-of-way, but they'll, again, have to work through that. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Brad?
This is the one, if I remember right, I was looking in the notes, it was originally like 170-something rooms, and then they took it down to 130-something rooms, which I'm not a big fan of, as y'all know. So, I'd love to see that hotel come back up because it's in a prime space, great location to me for a full-size hotel. So I know that doesn't have as much to do with this other than it's taking space. Like my goal for them would be to build a bigger hotel. Have they talked about that, going back up in rooms?
Not going back up. We've talked with them about how to tweak the floor plan a little bit. I think they want to put a different flag on it, but probably not an increase in the room count. Just hitting the minimum they're allowed to hit.
Are the power lines in the way for that or something?
No, they had to accommodate for that when they did the site plan. So Encore will let them have excess parking under the power lines, but they can't have any structures and can't have any required parking under there.
Okay, thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mayor. So with this site plan, you said this is an SP1 for the warehouse?
Because of the acreage, yes.
Because of the acreage, okay. So does that include the access route that they've laid out here, which, I mean, it looks like a sort of an L drive, or, I mean, it's not even an L, it's like a Z drive with a cul-de-sac at the end. Is
They
that right?
will have to plat it to sell it off, and that would be a shared access easement. The number of driveways on 161 are going to be limited, so they probably had to do it this way.
Yeah.
TxDOT will determine where that's going to be with our transportation staff, but I imagine both of them were not going to be allowed to get their own driveways.
So it's their intention to sell this property?
Yes.
Okay.
Divide it
Gotcha.
off. Mhm.
And so in order to get platted, they will have to have a shared access agreement.
They will
between the
have
two.
to figure out how to legally make sure both lots have access. And that will usually be through a shared access easement.
Okay. And we don't have the new diameter of the cul-de-sacs set in stone yet, do we?
No, it hasn't been approved yet. That would be, I think, the end of August is what the goal is for that.
Okay, so
Well,
assuming
part of the fire code today, so
Yeah.
they'll have to meet the fire code requirements of the larger
So
cul-de-sac.
this will have to be a 96-foot?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a non-residential cul-de-sac, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? From my perspective, if they start carving this up, there's not going to be a room for a hotel there. So, I mean, I just want them to know in front, I'm not going to vote for a smaller hotel than what's there. So by doing this, they're pretty much putting themselves in a box.
And they know if they try to go any smaller than what they have, they've got to come back. They've got to come back through.
Okay.
All right, the next case, these two are companion cases of 530 North O'Connor. First one is a request for a future land use change from the Main Street to downtown to manufacturing warehouse. Staff recommend denial, P&Z denial, 8-0, no opposition or support. So this property, it was owned by, understandably, was Dallas County, And they removed the building several years ago. It is now owned by the adjacent church, who is the applicant, who is wanting to sell it off to the adjacent companies you see here, kind of to the north and to the east, other pallet companies. So the pallet companies want to purchase it for additional storage. They're a successful company wanting to expand. So this is part of a shopping center. You got a church, and of course you got the grocery store, and then some smaller retail to the west. It is all Main Street future land use because it is just north of the Heritage downtown area. So the Main Street downtown, of course, is more of a walkable area. This proposed manufacturing warehouse is just the opposite of that. There is some similar industrial along North Main Street, but this is what their request is for the outside storage. So if there's certain criteria to consider, whether it conforms to new standards concepts, whether it's going to be compatible, whether it's going to have any negative impacts, staff does not believe the application meets these criteria due to compatibility and negative impacts. And if you'd like, I can go on to the zoning case. The zoning case, they're requesting to go from neighborhood commercial to commercial warehouse. Again, staff recommends denial, P&Z denial 8-0, no opposition or support. Same location. So on this map, the properties to the the east along North Main are ML20 and commercial warehouse, so with a single-family house in between. So there is some lighter industrial along North Main that's been there historically, and then to where the grocery store is neighborhood commercial, and so toward the west you have more of the commercial types of uses. And this property, of course, is zoned neighborhood commercial today. So this is the current side of the property. This is, again, tucked in the back corner. And the fence lines you see here are to the pallet companies who would like to expand onto this lot. And then the back of the grocery store. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay.
This next one's a special fence project plan, 505 North Wildwood. This is a data center. It's an existing warehouse. They're converting to a data center, and they're not wanting to put in the screen wall to the commercial property. So staff finds it meets the criteria in the ordinance. P&Z recommended approval, 1 letter of support, and no opposition. So here we are at Wildwood, just east of Loop 12. There is a, here I'll go here. There is a truck stop on Loop 12, but it is Zone CC Community Commercial. So the standards that you just approved for the data centers does not require screening of outdoor equipment in industrial areas, but does require it to commercial or other zoning. So it doesn't require anything to the west, which is the ML20 in light industrial, but because this is commercial, the property is kind of the jagged fence line here, kind of, you see it in the yellow, is where they would require to put a screen fence. So they're requesting to put a fence up. It would just be an open fence and not have to do the solid screen wall. You see the equipment kind of on the bottom right. Right here is some generators and equipment to support the data center. And so this is the anti-climb open fence that they choose to do. Certain criteria, staff believes they meet all the criteria, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Brad.
So they're normally screening for like the air conditioners or a variety of those things, kind of reading in the notes.
For these, there's a lot of generators that the data centers typically have. Some of the cooling equipment, it looks like they have those on the ground as well, but most of these appear to be the emergency generators. And that equipment, based on the new ordinance, does have to be screened unless it's in an industrial area.
To me, what it looks like now is probably appropriate, what they want, but again, looking at the future, to me, however we vote, this, because of where it's situated, this would not be a precedent for not doing fences in other areas, just because, you look all around it, there's a lot of warehouse manufacturing trucks over there. Is that a pond to the north, too?
Yes. Probably a drainage detention pond or something.
Yeah, it looks like a detention pond. I just didn't remember that one, but, I mean, my preference, that's a big piece of property. My preference would be a fence typically, but there's no residential anywhere near here at all. So, and what they're proposing looks good, but to me, it would be no precedent for the future, in my opinion.
Yeah, to your point, Brad, I think it's similar to what QTS has out there where they're next to other commercial or other warehousing and stuff. It doesn't really, but if it was residential, I would agree with you. Any other questions? Okay, next one.
The next two cases are companion cases. The first is an alcohol distance variance request at 1421, 1423 West Shady Grove to sell alcoholic beverages for on-premises consumption within 236 feet of a residential use. In this case, it's a multifamily use. We have no letters of opposition or support. So here's the property at Shady Grove, just, I guess, west of MacArthur Road. Y'all know this corner well. It's with the odd curve. They are a tenant space. They are wishing to put a restaurant in, or it's called Bodacious Daiquiris and Cones. And the request is to do that within 236 feet of the nearest multifamily front door next door. So this exhibit here shows that it is measured door to door, and the way it works in the ordinance is you walk out to the street, you go to the sidewalk, and then you go down. There is no fence in between, so that might not be realistic, but that's just the way that the ordinance requires. And so here is the kind of a graphic of where their front door would be and how that would show over to the residential properties. So there are criteria for approval for the alcohol distance variance, whether there is a hardship measure in here as well, but whether it's in the best interest of the public, whether it's an efficient use of land, whether it's a hardship, whether it serves its purpose, whether it's effective or necessary, or basic health, safety, and welfare. And I'll be happy to answer questions on this alcohol distance request.
Questions? Okay.
So the zoning case is the case for the RAB, for the on-premises consumption. Again, same address. They are CN neighborhood commercial, wanting to go SP1 RAB. Staff recommends approval. P&Z recommends approval, 8-0. No support and 1 in opposition. So again, here is the tenant space and the subject property and some surrounding homes and again, the multifamily next door. We've looked at this closely and looked at the definition of restaurant and looked at the menu based on what they've submitted to the health department, and they do appear to be preparing meals, and there'll be snack-type meals, but like the P&Z, she talked about nachos and hot dogs and things like that, but there will be a preparation component to her business. And therefore, that would categorize her as a restaurant, but she still have to meet the requirements.
Go ahead, Brad, and then Mark.
On this one, I was looking at the surrounding areas. It doesn't seem like a lot of other restaurants serving alcohol around here. I see beer and wine on there in the store.
Yeah, it's retail, yeah.
But
let me go back to the area.
I didn't see on the maps that there were a lot of other restaurants.
I believe there's a restaurant. We don't have the aerial in here. I believe there's a restaurant across the street. I don't think they sell alcohol, though. I think it's just a restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, it's a interesting category, I guess. If you figure they'd qualify as a restaurant, it's not totally, doesn't seem like that's their main selling point. I don't know.
We had a lot of discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Mark?
Yeah, there was some discussion at the P&Z meeting about whether snow cones are considered food or not. And it's not, the city code is not the same as what the state looks at, is that right?
If the snow cones are if they're served as part of a restaurant, where there's a preparation of food, then they would be, it's just like if you buy a cookie or ice cream or something like that, then as long as that can count toward your 40%, but it needs to be part of a restaurant as defined, with a kitchen and preparing food, and so it would need to be part of a menu, part of a restaurant, in order to do that. So just my answer at P&Z was, if snow cones are the only product, then I don't know that that's particularly the definition of a restaurant.
And they had a sufficient kitchen to be considered a restaurant.
From what we see in the health department, it meets the preparation requirement.
Thanks.
John?
I'm a little concerned with this one about a number of things. Parking is one. I assume they must have a tiny dining room, because this is a tiny parking lot.
So parking for a restaurant is based, we don't have it in here because it's not part of site plan, is
Right,
based
it's
on
not
their
parking.
seating, and I think they showed 12, I believe it was 12 or 16 seats, and so they do have a low amount of parking because they don't have a large dining area. Most of their areas,
Right.
preparation or their daiquiri machines, that type of thing.
Yes. So one of my best friends used to live down Ron. So I'm very, very familiar with this parking lot. It is, well, depending on the time of day, it ranges from a difficult parking lot to get in and out of to a death trap. You add in additional parking for a restaurant, which I believe that based on their layout, they have adequate parking, because otherwise we would have a parking variance. I'm not disputing that. But looking at how many daiquiri stations they have set up, looking at the layout that they have proposed for their kitchen, it's pretty clear to me they intend to also sell a lot of carryout, which wouldn't get caught by our parking requirements. So what we're saying, and so before anybody goes down this road, I'm not saying they're going to contribute to a bunch of drunk driving coming out of this. That's not what I'm saying. But they are going to be bringing in a lot of clientele who are coming in, picking something up, and trying to get out. I don't see that ending well in this parking lot. I don't see it beginning well. So I can't support this just based on what it looks like it's going to be. This parking lot, without anything in that space, is already, like, it gets crowded real fast. And it gets hard to get in and out of, even when it's not crowded. Just because of the shape of the road with Shady Grove, you can hardly see anybody coming down from MacArthur. People spin around that, that eastbound bend. Just, they go so fast there. Getting out of this parking lot, unless you're going north on Rogers, is a Herculean task. So that's the area of my concern here, and that's why I just don't see a way to supporting an RAB restaurant here.
Any other? Kyle?
Yeah, this just reminds me of a case we had several years ago about a gentleman on Las Colinas Boulevard that was going to be an RAB, and he had no kitchen. And we ended up having to spend a lot of time, effort, and energy dealing with him and going through this. And this is just, I just have a hard time when it talks about how a restaurant's not going to have a grill or a hood, or, typical what we consider restaurant equipment inside of the restaurant. So to put an apple with John's orange in the fruit bowl, I cannot support this either, because I just see this being a problem that we have to deal with down the road, where it's more of a bar hangout place as opposed to an actual what I would define as a restaurant. I just have a hard time defining a restaurant that doesn't have food warmers and dispensers inside of it without providing actual restaurant, what I would define as a restaurant type stuff. So I can't support this one.
Any other comments? Okay, on to the next one.
Next case, 3551 North Beltline. They're zoned CC community commercial with a stipulation for a fence. They're wanting to add an outdoor ice vending facility. Staff recommends approval. P&Z recommends approval 8-0. No opposition or support. So they are on the north side of the shopping center. It's kind of a weird shopping center. It's split zoned. The two squares that you see are zoned RABs, so we wanted to make sure we didn't neutralize those RABs, which is why they are called out. And what they're wanting to do is just put an ice vending machine in the, in parking spaces. They're not required parking spaces, but it'll be in the parking lot. Because it's not an enclosed building, it's essentially an outdoor retail, and so therefore it has to go through this process because it's not allowed by right. So that's essentially what they're wanting to do, is just put a vending equipment there. There are some conditions they put on the site plan in terms of the location, no drive-through services, the bollards, and that just there will be one vending facility, so there won't be a water and an ice facility on the same property, just the one. And this is just kind of a sketch of where it could be, what it might look like in the parking lot. The property owners were notified per zoning, but the tenants were not. That's just the way zoning works. So the property owner, of course, is the one that, or the owners within 200 feet were the ones that got the notice. And again, just where the facility would be. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Next one.
Next, 915 Hadrian Street. You've seen this address a few times. So this is Mr. Gavin, and he's back. What they are doing is proposing to, he had the ADU, to remind you. They are proposing not to do the separate ADU, but to instead expand onto their house for his mother. So it's an SP2R6 with a variance to the minimum rear yard setback. And we'll get to that in a second. No undue hardships, a finding from staff, approval 8-0 for P&Z, 2 letters of support and 2 in opposition for a total of 12%. So again, here's the site. This is where the opposition, they were on the, toward the back fence. And you do have those letters in your packet. So here is where, normally you would have a 20-foot setback. He's requesting it to be at 13 feet. And the addition to the house would be put in that location. It's essentially where the ADU would be. We are still working with him to ensure that it's a structural addition. So this is not an SP1. This is not the site plan that will be approved. It's an SP2 because residential variances are SP2s, and that leaves the flexibility for the residential lot. So what is on your agenda today is for the variance, not for the site plan itself. We will continue working with him on that structural connection. And just some pictures of his home. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Okay. Next to your companion cases, 5615 High Point and 1420 Greenway. Future land use request to change from business office to manufacturing warehouse. Staff recommends denial. P&Z recommends denial 6-2. And no opposition, or no support and 1 opposition. So here's the property. It is an existing office building. I'm not sure who it is today. It is, I believe, almost completely vacant from what I understand. Lots of surface parking and a vacant property on the west side. It is the future land use is business office. This was the old business district, which was, again, if y'all remember, it was kind of a mishmash of office and industrial. We have it in our queue. We didn't put it in last year, but we do have it for this year to relook at how to make sure that we accurately display or symbolize the future land uses in this area. But for now, it went from business district to business office for the entire thing, even though part of it is our current industrial zoning and uses. So business office is just for the more intensive, taller office complexes. Manufacturing warehouse is, as it says, for manufacturing, warehouse, and industrial. So this map we thought was interesting because it showed the zoning. We talked about the future land use kind of shifting a little bit, but the pink is office zoning and the darker purple is industrial zoning. So these are the considerations if you're going to go from 2 different non-residential uses. Does it conform with new standards? Is it compatible? Does it have any negative impacts? Staff does not believe that it meets the criteria B and C of compatibility or negative impacts. And for the zoning case, same address from CO Commercial Office to ML20 Light Industrial 20A. Staff recommends denial, P&Z recommended denial 6-2. Again, no support and 1 opposition. So this is where the opposition is from across the street to the south. He was concerned about having just the typical industrial types of functions in the area, some of the trucking activity. So this is the existing subject property. They say they're going to be taking down the structure anyway, and then, of course, the larger parking lot that goes with it. Just some different views of the property and some of the surrounding, mostly office developments in the area. There is one industrial. This was zoned for warehouse and is being built for a warehouse. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
The one that you just showed us that was zoned for warehouse, where's that on this map?
It's the one to the direct west. The purple.
The purple to the left?
Right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I
But
thought.
everything else is the office.
Okay. Questions? Okay.
Okay. Next case, 2200 West Irving Boulevard. This is Irving ISD. It actually is the old YMCA site on Irving Boulevard. They are professional office today, going to commercial office, requesting commercial office. Staff recommends approval, P&Z approval, 8-0, 2 letters in support and 1 in opposition. So again, here is the old site. The ISD has purchased it for their vocational and technical school. And they are wanting to go to CO because it gives them, well, here's the location of the opposition. It gives them an additional height. The CO, or the current PO, caps at, I believe it's 25 feet. I believe it's 25 feet. And the CO is one of those weird calculations of half the distance. So you see the kind of different shades of brown. But long story short, they have made sure that each of those comply with the CO height of half the distance from residential. So this is just, they'll talk more about it tonight, about what their plan is. They had a presentation at P&Z, and I'm sure they'll do the same thing tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay.
Next case is, y'all seen this one before too. It's 3100 East John Carpenter Freeway. It's PUD 6. It's Tract C for commercial outdoor uses too. And they're wanting to amend only this property in Tract C to allow truck service and repair indoors. Tract C is a flex work and does not allow basically any terminal or truck uses, and they're wanting to add this one to allow this specific use by right. Staff recommends approval, P&Z approval 8-0, 1 in support, none in opposition. So here's the site. If you remember, last year, I believe the consideration was to take it out of the PUD, and that was not preferred. Y'all chose to keep the PUD because this is kind of the gateway into the city. There are several trucking type facilities in the area, so they're keeping the PUD intact and just wanting to add the trucking repair facility as an allowed use, which it is not today in the flex work district. They would not have to change the future land use because they're not changing the base zoning. And as a reminder, here's just the PUD 6, and so on the bottom right is the location of this tract right on the edge. And then they are also, part of this request is to do a development plan, and that development plan will basically be assigning, once it's an allowed use in the PUD, the development plan assigns that use to this tract. So everything is confined only to this tract. It will not be effective to any property bigger than this tract. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Brad?
I don't know that I have a question. Maybe I do. I mean, it seems like this was less than 6 months we voted on this one.
It was not an SP before. It was to take it out of PUD 6 and put it into ML20. I think it was ML20. But so the SP didn't trigger the 6 months.
I continue to have the same mind that looking at the future use of this property, I think we ought to stick with PUD 6.
John?
Thank you. Jocelyn, could you go through what flex work means? What are we envisioning for Tract C and flex work?
So when the flex work was defined, so you can kind of see the blue. The Tract B and C are both the flex work districts. And those allow, they allow small industrial. So this 20, this is a PUD, I think it's for the COU2. So, as you can see on the aerial, these have all ended up being kind of trucking type uses. But the flex work was intended to just kind of continue more of what was already on the ground, just kind of make sure that those were being maintained. But it doesn't allow terminals or any type of big trucking activities in it.
So there's a lot of discussion in our packet, and there was a lot of discussion at P&Z about adjacent uses are already, or adjacent properties are already compatible uses. Is that true of any other property in Tract C?
I would say no, because if you look, I don't have the aerial for the whole thing, but if we looked at all this, there might be some smaller outside storage type uses over here, but not the larger scale trucking where they have the storage, more for the trucking operations. I don't think any of these, short of some of the ones that are up here in the north, the typical stuff in here is not big enough to have that. In these areas, I'm pointing to this, but that area is not in PUD 6, obviously.
Right. So the vision for Tract C, the vision for flex work as part of PUD 6 was keep what's there now.
It was the smaller indoor industrial type of uses were acceptable.
Were acceptable, but is that the vision? Is that
So
where we want it to end up?
It includes, the way it's written, includes all uses in ML20, ML20A, and freeway, which includes light industrial and heavier indoor commercial uses, and then excludes certain uses such as the terminals, auto sales, and truck or trailer rental.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah. Oh, Al, for some reason I'm looking this way and not that way, so I apologize to John and Al.
That's okay. It's Webb's fault. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, I guess I'm looking for a little history on why that, when you look at the highway structure, that's really kind of out of it, but yet it's included in, and I'm actually of one of the opinion we ought to keep the continuation and continuity of PUD 6, period. If we have it, we have it, and that. So I'm kind of curious, when you look at that, there's a lot more that was not included. Do we have any kind of history that you might be able to put a light on it?
If Steve was here, he probably could have told you more than I can. I can only assume there's intended to be a gateway, have gateway types of uses here. And the ML20s do have more of an indoor expectation where you have the buildings that are, a typical industrial might have an office in the front, and then kind of the business end is in the back with all the doors and everything. So that's what I would expect. It was just kind of a gateway expectation in this area. But it did retain the ML20 and ML20A allowances, which are the light industrial.
Yeah.
So.
And if I'm correct, just on that south area of it, I think is it CAT down there? One of the big manufacturing trucking operations is down in that area as well. Which one? Yes, but it's down in that area. That's my point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just, at this point, my opinion is we keep it in the PUD 6. Because if not, then, and it probably was developed where it is right now because of the Loop 12 and some of that whole industrial area that's down in that southern area. So, but I'm more concerned about we're going to need to do what we can to keep PUD 6 as continuous as we can, or contiguous is, I guess, what I'm looking
Well,
at.
and this request, we'll keep it in PUD 6, so it's not like the one before they wanted to take it out. It's just adding
Okay, well,
the
good,
one
then. I'm fine. That, maybe I got that mixed. Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? Next one. 39 and 40, John and Al are going to abstain on these two.
Whenever you're ready. Yep. Got to wait for you. All right. Wait till the door closes. No. 1301 and 1351 East John Carpenter Freeway. Request is to go from urban center and open space to manufacturing warehouse. Staff recommends approval. P&Z recommends approval. 701. We did have one abstention for the same reason they're abstaining. No opposition or support. So this is property owned by the University of Dallas that is in PUD 6. University of Dallas, of course, does also own this property that is in PUD 6. This is the Cistercian property, and then, of course, University of Dallas is down here. So what they are requesting for this comprehensive plan change is to take it out of the urban center or the higher density mixed-use type of uses and allow the manufacturing warehouse uses for development of a data center. So this tract G is on the northern end of PUD 6. So this is, of course, tract D is the city-owned property where the stadium used to be. This is expected to be the core of the development. This is the University of Dallas station. The new upcoming one-day rail station will be here once we get this development moving. So this is kind of on the perimeter of PUD 6. Again, kind of the general boundary of the property. A lot of it is in the floodplain. The opposition that we did receive, and y'all could have probably got communication about it, was someone concerned about just developing a property with this much floodplain and how that was going to work, and concerns about how that might affect property in the city of Dallas. So the existing uses are urban center and open space. Again, more of a high-density mixed use, wanting to go to manufacturing warehouse for the data center. And the criteria, staff does find that they meet the criteria. It will be compatible. Part of the reason they're wanting to do this is to provide kind of a buffer to the Cistercian property. Cistercian owns this little strip as well. And so this will provide an additional buffer to Cistercian from whatever begins to develop to the east. And I can move to the zoning case if you prefer.
Questions, comments? Mark's first, then Brad.
Has anything come up as far as like whether or not there's a sufficient electrical power for the data center there, or is that something that where Encore might be coming along later with another substation?
I would expect they wouldn't have even gotten to this point unless that discussion has been held as to how the power is going to get there. So I don't know where the substations would be or how they would pull the power from, but usually they won't get this far unless they've worked through those details.
Okay, and then is the applicant requesting economic incentives?
That I don't know.
And because we've seen some renderings. There were some renderings presented at the
At
P&Z
P&Z,
meeting. Do we have those?
No, we didn't. They're not in here. They weren't. They were part of the P&Z presentation that they gave, but they weren't official submissions, and so we just didn't include those in here. They'll probably show them tonight, I assume.
Okay. Because if they are receiving economic incentives, then we do have control over the
The
building
aesthetics,
design.
absolutely.
But, okay, so, do we know that? Okay. 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 So if it comes by later, then, and we want to try to exert some control over the structure, we could do that then. Okay, thank you.
Brad.
So how is manufacturing warehouse consistent with the PUD 6?
The next case is the zoning case that would take it out of the PUD 6. So it would not be PUD 6 anymore. So we always do the future land use change before the zoning. We consider the appropriateness, and then we would get into the zoning change.
I mean, I'm not concerned with the flooding by development of the property, because the Elm Fork does the flooding pretty well on its own. It will flood a good piece of Cistercian when we get overloaded. But I don't know that this use is completely consistent. I get that they want a buffer, and that makes some sense to me, but I have an issue with we're eating into PUD 6, like what our vision is. So that's my concern.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments? I'll just chime in a little bit. When this was presented to us, originally was a whole 60-some acres there, and I visited with the university and asked them to pull it back to just the initial ones there, so that basically what they were talking about at the time was this would be something they could enter into that would give them a revenue stream through the lease of it back to the university, and it was something that Cistercian would agree to next to them. That's always one of the challenges that it's been there, is what would Cistercian allow being built next to this vacant land. I do have some concerns over taking it out of PUD 6, just because the whole idea there is to generate revenue that can be utilized within that area. So you're taking a huge piece of property that's going to have a huge use on it, out of it, which, excuse me, I'm backing up instead of speaking in here. You have a huge piece of real estate and a huge value that then's not going to be part of that area.
It would still remain in TIF 6.
It still would
Financing mechanism would still be.
Right.
Okay.
So that doesn't affect the TIF at all.
Okay. Then you answered my question. I was completely wrong. That's what I was concerned about. All right. Any other questions? All right. The next one's a companion item.
Yes, so this is the zoning case that would take it out of PUD 6 and bring it to the SP2 for the ML20A. And the only reason they're doing an SP2 is to exclude some uses. They had originally proposed it with all the data center standards. Data center regulations were approved, so those were not needed in here anymore. They will follow all of the standards recently approved for the data centers. Staff recommends approval, P&Z approval, 7-0, 1 abstention, no opposition or support. Again, track G, the site plan. So here's the site plan. The uses that they are excluding are warehousing, wholesale distribution within an enclosed building, SOBs, and sport shooting indoor. They are going to allow, I believe it's outdoor recreation. Of course, the college and university uses would be allowed by right. Oh, he made it easy for me. I'm sorry, indoor recreation is what they had specifically asked to allow. So not outdoor, but indoor recreation. But they did exclude, again, some of the uses that would typically be seen in ML20A, the warehouse, they are taking those out. So the only primary use that are the warehouse type of use would be the data center. And again, subject property and just the general area. Happy to answer any more questions.
Any other questions?
I got one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis.
So the request is to take it out of PUD 6?
Yes.
So what happens if it fails, the vote fails?
If the vote fails, then it stays in PUD 6 as it stands today. They could not do the data center.
Reason I'm asking the question is because 6 months ago, we had somebody that wanted to take their property out of PUD 6, and we voted it down. What's the difference now? It's my question. I mean, you ain't got to answer it. That's just the question that's in my head, is that because are we going to start saying, okay, we'll let you take yours out of PUD 6, but you're not going to take yours out of PUD 6. And then what happens if somebody comes along later on down the road, want to do something, take it out of PUD 6? What's the point of a PUD 6 vision? So that's the concern I have about this. I mean, in all fairness, if we're going to allow others, if we're going to allow this applicant to take this track out of PUD 6, then we should have allowed the last applicant to take theirs out of PUD 6. That's my statement.
Mark.
Yeah, there's definitely need to be cognizant of the vision for PUD 6, but every parcel is different. The location for each one is different. The accessibility is different. What the viability of different businesses is different for each one. There's a deed restrictions as far as what, Cistercian has a right to refuse whatever development might come in there. That matters. And so you have to look at all these different factors in determining whether or not the case is valid or not. Every case is different.
Well, I would say the last case that we turned down was valid. I mean, if we're going to use that logic, it's a case-by-case valid, and it's subjective to who think it's valid. My point is, if we're going to say no to one to take it out of PUD 6, but yes to another, that's problematic to me.
Other questions, comments? Okay. On to the next one.
All right, this is the last case. I'll wait till he comes back in. There he is. 1080 and 1100 West LBJ Freeway. It's SP2 for CC. They're asking for a parking variance to add some indoor amusements to their commercial site. Staff finds no undue hardship. P&Z recommend denial 8-0. No opposition none in support and 4 letters in opposition, just short of the 20% requirement for the supermajority votes. So this is a property on 635. It's an existing smaller retail center. The property, let's see if I can get to some pictures. Well, I'll go back. You can kind of tell it's long and thin. I'll show you some pictures in a second, but this was originally built for auto repair. So it was parked for auto repair. There are two restaurants in this shopping center. Restaurants tend to have a high parking requirement. And so between the existing auto repair and the parking for the restaurants that was probably calculated at time of construction, the parking met. But now they are wanting to convert this into indoor amusement, this entire piece of the entire building. So the doors are here, and I'm going to show you a second, and convert that over. And so that definitely increases their parking requirement. So this is the site plan. These are different suites. So this is the proposed indoor amusement. There is one restaurant operating. There's a nail salon, I believe, and another restaurant that is under construction, so it's not currently operating yet. They are doing some remodeling. The request is for a 25-space variance because the indoor amusement parks at 1 to 100, one space for 100 square feet. And so that requires 45 parking spaces. Again, leaves a 25 parking space deficit. This is the illustrative floor plan that we got from the applicant. These are the doors currently for the auto repair. And so this is the front entrance and then the remodel they would plan to do if they get the ability to do the indoor amusement. And just some pictures of the auto repair in the rear of the building. The side. There are townhouses. This is zoned the RTH. They are not considered single-family based on the ordinance. We talked about that this morning in P&D, and that will be one of the adjustments. And this is where the opposition has been coming from. And this is just some, this picture from LBJ Freeway, but basically the front of the stores. And then Jason Lodge. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Brad?
I don't know that I have any questions. I definitely have some thoughts. I'm fully against this one. There's not the parking there. It was kind of a hidden auto place, which is, I think, why it didn't work. But there's restaurants, there's the Target over there, variety of retail. This is, again, I know y'all addressed this morning at P&D, but I mean, the residents are right to be concerned because it backs up right to there. They are single-family residences. I know plenty of people who live in there, and they walk their dogs all around there. So, I'm not supportive of this. It's a terrible place for indoor amusement use.
Elzapanta.
Thank you, Mayor. This goes right to what we discussed during our P&D committee meeting vis-a-vis the really focusing on the ordinance on card clubs. And that was the discussion, and so I'm definitely against it. And I think that it doesn't fit up there, number one, and it doesn't have the parking because there's other venues that are in there. So I'm against us moving forward on this and supporting the P&Z. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Thank you, Jocelyn.
All right, thank you.
Item number 42 is a selection of the mayor pro tem and deputy mayor pro tem. And you all get to do this. Any suggestions, or you're going to have that this evening? You're going to talk in secret, okay.
Don't we do it privately?
And then we have the resolutions from hospital authorities. Kyle?
Mayor, you can go in executive session on item 42 to have that discussion, so if
Yeah.
the council would like to do that.
I was just going to go through 40. We've got everything for 43 as well. Yep, okay, well, then we'll go in executive session for 42.
Mayor, the time is 4:58.
KO to read us back in? Okay. All right, KO's read us back in. Everybody's back. John's going to give us a little insight into the legislative world we live in.
Yeah, since I don't know where it is. I just let it just. There you go. Thank you. I will try to make this quick. It's a pretty short presentation. John Weiss, Legislative Officer. We have I always try to keep this from happening, but we have a legislative session coming up in January. And we wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the things we're expecting. We had a meeting a couple weeks ago with our lobby team, and this kind of reflects their thinking and sort of collective thinking about the status of the legislative session, which is a little uncertain. As you probably are aware, there was a lot of strife in the Republican primary this last go-around. The Speaker of the House was forced into a runoff, which just never happens for an incumbent speaker. He did win his reelection. There are two announced Republican candidates for Speaker. There's a list circulating of people who oppose him for some reasons. There's another list circulating of people who oppose him for different reasons. There is no list of people who support him, but those people are out there. I will say only that as looking at who the people are who are not supporting him and looking at how the issues have unfolded for the cities in the last few years, Dade Phelan has not been our friend, but he is less bad than the other choices, at least as we see here now. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty during this session, at least in the beginning. There will be 32 freshmen, 16 incumbents were defeated, 15 Republicans in the primary, 1 Democrat. Another 16 retired. So it's almost 25% of the legislature will be freshmen. And that bodes for a lot of instability. It also bodes for a lot of them just following the leader, whoever it is, and that may not be good for us. Some of the things that we have been looking at that were not on the table last session, well, some of them were. I will not go into a deep description of housing finance corporations, but there is an entity that exists in state law that is allowed to purchase multifamily properties, and once they meet certain criteria for providing a certain percentage of units to low-income residents under the right conditions, they can remove those properties from the property tax rolls. Interestingly, it does not have to happen in the same jurisdiction where they were created. So what has occurred is a housing finance corporation in Cameron County, which is Brownsville. It's created by the county commissioners. They bought 2 properties in Irving. Both of those properties were immediately removed off the tax rolls. That's about $160 million in property value, about $1 million in revenue. There are 7 purchased by the same entity in the city of Dallas, also in some other places around the state. So this has become something a lot of cities have started, and they are not required to notify us. So we found out about this because the city of Euless tripped across it when they were looking at their valuation. There was a news story. The news story mentioned Irving, and we, looked it up, and sure enough, there are these 2 complexes that are no longer part of the tax rolls for the city of Irving. If they they're financed with cash, so they don't have to come for approval. So we have been talking to our lobby team as well as people who are affected by this from around the state, and there are a lot of people who are involved in this conversation. I spent a long time with an attorney who's with several cities that are potentially impacted by this yesterday, or talking to him on the phone. And what we are, and I think we have submitted a draft for legislation. Our lobbyists were working on that, submitting a draft bill that would essentially say these entities can't operate outside the area, the jurisdiction where they were created, which would solve the problem. And just as a secondary measure, they also would have to come and get approval from the governing body. So, the first item should just shut them down outside of Cameron County, but if that doesn't work, we would have to have something to say about it. As it stands, the way the law works, they're not even required to notify us. And it's, I don't know how this, I haven't looked at the history of the legislation, but we filed, as I understand, we sent an open records request in for the Cameron County Housing Authority. They haven't responded, and the statute basically says they can operate under the Open Meetings and Open Records Act if they want to. So whatever lobbyist got that language in the bill really earned his money. So that is really kind of the main thing we are going to be looking at. There are some issues that Chief Miller has mentioned to me regarding a reclassification of the taser weapons, where they're now, some new technology has potentially created the situation where they could be considered lethal weapons, which creates problems for use of them by the police department. There is an active effort. I'm going fast, so if I say anything wrong, just holler at me. By several police chiefs to get some legislation, and I think they've got favorable reception to redefine that so that won't be the case. There's supposed to be a hearing on this issue Monday. Legislature did not have any hearings on Monday. They had some rain, I guess, in Austin. I don't know, there's some things about DART. I don't know, the mayor has mentioned several things. We haven't really focused exactly on what a legislative ask would be, but I think some of those things would look at the enabling legislation to change the makeup of the board, and also to affect how entities move in and out of the process. City may be able to join for less than the penny, and also allowing you potentially to reduce the amount going from your city by less than the 25 cents. I saw some draft legislation just today that Plano sent me that really focuses on those 25-cent issues. And we think there will be more movement on homestead exemptions. We will try. We were unsuccessful last session in getting an increase in what the city can provide for a homestead exemption, because the legislature provided that rather large exemption for school property taxes. It's likely that they'll do that again. And if they do that, we're probably not going to get any more flexibility. There's a limit to how much of that they're willing to do. And we're also going to look at potentially trying to cap the increase in home appraisals. It's currently 10%. We may be looking at something more than 5%. That will also be a little bit uphill. That is a constitutional issue, so we would need 2/3 votes in both chambers to pass that. Things that are always come up, community censorship, we call it that because we don't like to call it taxpayer-funded lobbying, but the concern we have is with the changes in the makeup of the legislature, with a bunch of new people. Some of those incumbent Republicans who lost were our friends, and that we may face a more likely threat of not being able to hire lobbyists or pay for staff or even council members to go to Austin and testify than we have since that bill came up 3 sessions ago. So just something that we need to be concerned about. There's going to be a lot of development-related issues, many of them which almost passed last session. They're going to happen under the category of what housing affordability. The talking point is that it's city zoning, city fees, city permits, city restrictions that drive up the cost of housing. And that if they just eliminate all that stuff, then we won't, everybody will be able to live in an affordable house. I would remind you that the bill that allowed accessory dwelling units by right in a residential zoning district only failed by 2 votes. I see that passing this session. Some of our allies in other cities have already acted locally to allow ADUs with much greater flexibility, which means they're not going to be there to help us fight this off. So just FYI on that. I think they'll bring the mandatory small residential lot size back again, whether it's 1,400 or 1,800 square feet again. Some cities have moved in that direction already. So we're going to be looking at those sorts of things. I don't know what other potential development restrictions there might be, excuse me. But I think we can just count on there being some. And last session, we mostly got away without having too many more restrictions on COs, but that seems to come back every session. You know, we lost the battle on city halls a couple sessions ago, and that's probably never to be changed. And I heard, this is not, in a conference call I was on yesterday, that our good friend Dustin Burrows has tweeted that he wants to do a HB 2171 2.0 to further restrict what, and if you remember that bill, it was confusing about what it did, but it basically created a cause of action for people to sue cities for any number of things. And his complaint has been, well, cities aren't following the law. Well, nobody's sued anybody, so I'm not sure what his argument is. He's famously misleading, so I think we have that to look forward to. Some good news, just because I never have any. We, as you know, engaged a lobbyist in D.C. late last year. Worked with them to submit projects for federal funding. We submitted 3, and we asked each member of the Irving congressional delegation to submit these for federal funding. One was the DART station at the former stadium site, again, something the mayor referred to earlier. Second was the domestic violence shelter, and rebuild of Valley View Lane from Northgate to Walnut Hill. 2 Congress members, members VC and LZ, each submitted an earmark request for $5 million for the domestic violence shelter. I just heard this morning that the House Appropriations Committee, this says committee, this was premature, but this wasn't accurate this morning, it's accurate now, has approved a budget that includes $10 million through LZ's ask for the domestic violence shelter and $250,000 for the same project from VC. Why they did it that way, I couldn't tell you. We want to know, but we're not going to ask because we don't want them to rethink about it.
Don't screw it up.
And no other, the other 2 projects that we asked for were not submitted, and so that's the extent of what our federal ask has turned out to be. And that's it. I'm happy to answer questions.
Chris, did you want to respond to
Well,
that?
we'll just, that's huge, to have $10 million now come out of the Appropriations Committee. The Fed now has to pass the budget. Good luck with that. But in the end, I really appreciate great work John and so many people did to getting that in. There was a lot of chasing of tails to get a lot of basic information. I really do appreciate our representatives going to bat for us there. And VC and LZ really did a great job. And that's great news with that and the $2 million that we have from the other federal grants, and then $3 million that we have from the general fund non-bond CIP. That is now $15 million that we have to go towards that domestic violence shelter, which is, well, $5 million. We'll wait to see if the $10 million gets passed in the budget, but at least there is the opportunity. So that is just great news. Mayor, thank you for going back there. Mayor led the charge on that one, and beat up our representatives, and here we are, $10.2 million later, so good stuff.
And I'm told that we have actually gotten over the most difficult hump. Getting it through the committee makes it very unlikely that it will change. Congress has to pass a budget, which is not something we're going to be able to affect. So if they continue funding the government on continuing resolutions, then it may be a while before we actually see any of that. But if you'll recall, I think when we were in D.C. in March, they had just passed last year's budget because that's when they gave us the notice that the grant funding that VC had secured for Southwest Park was increased by $100,000, or Thomas Jefferson Park, excuse me. So, good news.
Al?
Yeah. Hey, John, just looking at the changes on the House side, do you still see a Republican control, or is it going to flip?
Oh, no, it's not going to flip. I mean,
Okay, well,
I think there's one seat actually in Bexar County that that could change only because the incumbent was defeated and he was pretty popular, and it's a marginal district.
that takes me to the second part of that question, is that then, that really means that the Democrats are going to put the speaker in play.
If they don't, he will have a new speaker.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So what's
And-
that?
and they're not.
11
And-
Republicans got to stay with
Yeah, I mean, if all the if the balance stays the same and all the Democrats vote for Phelan, and I can't believe they won't do that without some conditions, then he's got to get 10 or 11 Republicans, and he pretty much. I mean, even though there's a lot of stress on this, most people who would hazard to guess would tell you he's still the odds-on favorite to be Speaker because he's currently the Speaker, and there are at least a dozen, maybe 15 Republicans who feel strongly enough that they don't feel threatened by, Dan Patrick or Ken Paxton to vote for him, or they're in the part of their careers where they don't care.
Well, it's also chairmanships too. That'll be passed out. So
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge issue. I mean, if he gets reelected and actually follows the tradition that's been there for 100 years, that is the best path for us to block some of this bad stuff, honestly.
okay, that's just kind of got a feel for what the change is, because that's a lot. That's, what'd you say, 20%, 25%?
25%. And the House has turned 2 or 3 times in the last 10 years, and it just seems chaotic every time.
Well, it's good
Oh,
that,
sorry.
by the way, it's good that Elsie used his position on approach, but I'm kind of smiling. He got 10 million and VC got 250,000.
Well,
so
VC did ask for more, but I think,
I'm smiling. That tells you who's in charge.
well, yeah, I think it might have had something to do with the partisan makeup of the committee, as well as the fact that Congressman Elsie's on the committee.
Yeah. Brad?
Okay, good. Thank you.
We'll take it. So one of the challenges, my understanding, is going to be it's not really a challenge, just going to be in front of us, but the major priority of the governor is the school choice funding. So that's going to occupy a lot of time, which could be our friend if they don't get it done quick. But I was concerned on the ADUs by right. They were talking about allowing 2 ADUs on each piece of property, and then we would go down to R1.5 would be what we could do if some of these have their way. So what our team was talking about seems more effective is to have the groups of residents, and I know we have some committed residents who'd like to exert a little pressure, and so if we can organize them, that would be good. I'm excited personally looks like there may be some movement or some ability to deal with residential appraisals and capping that further. Again, I've been on record, I think that system is terribly broken. in 2 years, they double the price of my house. Like, that's absurd, because then you're gonna be paying 10% every year for the foreseeable future. But I think the other thing we discussed that I really hope we can put effort into, I'll commit to doing it or helping again, or whatever it is we can do, trying to help at least. But as far as DART goes, I think that there's room for the ability to cap that revenue like they do every other agency, every other state. So I think they've got a good strategy on that. We also talked a little bit about the potential to call an election more frequently than every 6 years to get out of it. I think those are reasonable asks.
We're gonna.
I mean, we had another request to kind of, hey, we got this under control. Could you put this off 90 days? Like, this has been 4 years that you guys have been working really hard on it. Before that, we were working on it too. So I'd like to see us, pursue some of those things. And the mayor is certainly well situated to be a good authority on that and to talk with folks. So, and I know you're down in Austin probably more than the rest of us, other than John maybe. And we'll have to march through the garage out to Uber, I guess, and head to the Capitol. Austin hates Uber, I can tell you that.
Austin loves Uber. They passed special bills to make sure they could come back in the state without having to actually pay anything.
Doesn't feel like it.
Well, I've walked, believe it or not, I've walked farther than in other cities to Uber. I did want to point out, I'm glad you look, we passed out this sheet to everybody, and it's, the mayor had requested back during the budget that we sort of catalog what things have happened to the city as a result of legislative action. I went back as far as my history with the city. There's probably more. And we took it down to one page just to make sure that we could get it on one page. I appreciate the help from communications, because they did a good job of putting this in a readable form. And we're going to have a lot of conversations about how, with other cities. Like I said, I just heard today from one city about some things related to DART, and we're going to start trying to figure out who we can get that would carry some of that legislation. It was not really a fun testimony, was it, Chris? Last session, they sort of paid attention in the Senate. They were reluctant and
that's a nice word.
Hostile in the House, because we had a great deal of trouble even getting the committee chairman, House Transportation, to put the bill on for a hearing last session. So in that sense, we have our work cut out for us. And I would just, on the Housing Finance Corporation, I would just mention one other thing. There was a similar, just for kind of creating expectations, there was a similar type corporation that was operating in other cities. I think it was also operating out of Cameron County, called a Public Facility Corporation. And they passed a bill that did to public facility corporations exactly what we want done to housing finance corporations, in that they said you can only function within the jurisdiction that created you. So that kind of shut that down. Our lobbyists tell me that the people that were in favor of those corporations were caught a little unawares, and they think they may have their own lobbyists this time, so it might not be quite as easy. But there are a lot of people who are interested in this, a lot of cities that have either seen what's happened to them or are worried about what's going to happen to them. So.
I think we'll have plenty of allies. We're going to forego the chief, apologize to him and to the Convention and Visitors Bureau. We've got pictures at 6 o'clock, so we've got about 25 minutes to eat. But before we do that, Al, you had a comment?
Yeah, please. One of the things that, John, don't go away, since it's really relevant to what you're dealing with at the state legislature. We've got the fire department collective bargaining situation, and I think I want to put that out there, Chris. We need to have some time for us to discuss it as a council. And so I'm giving you a heads up. I'm sure you may have heard? Did you get any feedback or anything when you were down there?
Well, at the legislative level, no. I mean, they love firefighters. That's all I can say.
Chris, is there an opportunity for us to get together as a council sometime before?
Right now, Mayor, what we would be planning on is for the next meeting, having a discussion as to what is collective bargaining and what would it mean if this were to be passed in advance of y'all authorizing the election, which is more ministerial in function, I believe, at this point, KO, if that's, so it's, you'll be moving forward on that, but at least having that opportunity at the next meeting in August. I hope each of you received the emailed information I sent out providing some detailed information as to the city's investment and what my thoughts and position were on the issue. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to talk to you about that.
Great. Well, we'll stand adjourned, and we got 20 minutes before we go upstairs and get our pictures taken.